Oh, Sarada,
You're still
you
doing that.
stand for God and iced tea.
Please stop with the "Oh Canada" shit.
I can't get it out of my mind, and you'll see why later. Welcome, winos, to Depp-episode. What a milestone! 100. Can you believe we made it here, kids, and for our 100th episode?
Yes.
Other than Bon Jovial, who is I can't. He didn't have. I didn't think we were gonna get him on time, but he is here at the
I
buzzer.
was a little late, yeah. How am
Oh,
I, Sarah? Am I a bit loud or am I a bit low?
I think you're fine.
I think you're
Okay,
perfect.
thank you. Hello, congratulations on this special episode for
I
you
have a
both.
scar on my wrist for every episode.
Thank
Oh
you
my
for
goodness.
joining us, and thank you, Yasmin Vasugian here, who's been waiting since 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I love that. That's like a Prince's insignia, right? The fish hook. Like,
Uh,
see that on the screen?
I don't want to be wrong, so
Thank you,
I'm
A
gonna
Smith.
keep my mouth shut.
That's awesome. Thank you, Hooper. Who else we have here? We have Lauren Marie, who always has fantastic rants and comments. She was defending Depp's. Oh God, I wish I could read it verbatim. She's the Rihanna garb he had. He had the sort of the what was it called, olive green. She thinks it's casual wear around Penthouse 5.
It's all
That's how
right.
she deemed it.
It falls easily to the floor. I'm good with it.
Was there a scarf in that ensemble?
No, just about 20 necklaces.
By the way, in your great montage, welcome John O'Reilly. Welcome Rodney. Hey Rodney, are you in for a Jump Street watch along? Give us your schedule. The next one's going to be, uh, Jesus, the worst night of your life, which is really a Holly Robinson feature. So I don't know if you want in on that. If you find that's Depp and DeLuise have the B story where they're showing their social life, a rare look into the social life of Hanson and Penhall. So I don't know if you want in on that one or you want to wait to a more depth-centric one. Lauren Marie writes, "Hey everyone, not sure how long I can listen tonight. Glad to have you at all, Lauren. We're lucky to have you at all. Have to be up at 3 a.m. to get on the road. Lauren is more road trips than David Arquette
Hey,
and
I understand, Lauren. The 3 a.m. thing, that's every day for me.
Scott Kahn. Speaking of nepotism, I listened to the replay on. Yeah, Lauren. Yeah, that's a good drive. I think it'll be a good running time exactly for your commute. Rodney writes, "I want to hear Bon Jovi playing Spoons by the end.
Okay.
Lot of Soundgarden stuff. Bon, what time is it there for you
Spoon
again?
Man. It's midday.
Okay, so this is you at your circadian rhythm optimal time.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I'm really good at 11 a.m., midday. They're good times. And I've done my vocal warm-ups for all of you. Hope my dulcet tones are coming through. I know a lot of people don't like my accent, but
Wow, are you kidding me?
some complain.
I was watching Joel Edgerton last. Speaking of this, what a great
Ah,
segue!
yes.
Because who's one of the? I tell you, and I said this to you the first time we spoke. You have an incredible percentage of the best actors in Hollywood coming from down under. You really do. I mean, there are geniuses, thespians. Like the top 20
Yeah,
actors
there
leading
are some.
men in Hollywood. I think like half of them are from the Aussies.
We can thank sort of Nicole Kidman. She really brought in them, like Naomi Watts. They're all friends, and they
Okay.
all went to high school or film school as well. Studied acting, and what is the other one's name? Kate Blanchett. They're all
Yeah.
friends. And the
I
other, no,
I
what's her
credit Tom
name?
Cruise. I can't. I
Oh
can't
my
give any
God,
credit to
Sarah! I was
that
gonna ask
SP
you.
Nicole Kidman. It's
I
all
was
Tom
gonna
Cruise and his touch assist. That's what's
Sarah, I was
made
gonna ask
Australia
you.
great. You keep talking. Keep going.
No, 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 no. I was gonna ask you a Scientology question.
Go ahead.
Oh, is Sarah a
Okay.
psychologist? Is this?
No.
Yeah, no, she's an expert, Bond. She's an expert. Because I don't want to forget
Oh,
this. I just wanted to.
okay.
Okay. I was looking for Stern stuff, and I saw the last Mike Walker episode where he did the gossip stories, and he read. So one of the stories, which was true, was Nicole Kidman lost her cell phone on the set and went so crazy that she held up the shooting for 3 hours. Now, this is a true story. Now, Sarah, what links to Scientology do you think that has? That she's afraid someone would retrieve the cell phone and look at Scientology
When did
secrets?
this happen?
2005.
She was divorced by
Do
then.
you do you think there's still a neurosis about Cruz?
No. She lost her
Can
cell
I tell you my
phone.
favorite Matt Dillon story real briefly?
What timing?
While I
Too
can't,
good.
a mere mortal cannot hold anything up for 3 hours to find my phone. A celebrity has a different way of life. They can do whatever they want.
You don't think she's terrified about that Tom Cruise stuff getting out? Even whatever is on that cell phone, and even in '05.
I have no idea.
So
I don't think it's Tom Cruise related though. She lost her
No,
cell phone.
5. They were divorced a long time before
Yeah.
then.
but I'm talking about the back and forth she has with Cruise on the
She
phone.
keeps they do have she's been declared a suppressive person in Scientology. So I get why you're asking, but I don't read that. I don't read that into that. Her
I don't
losing her
care.
cell
I'm
phone.
on to something. I know I'm on to something. I just know
Okay.
it.
God help
And
us.
the reason I brought up Joel Edgerton is last night I watched the Whitey Bulger. It was like a Screen Actors Guild interview with the cast of Whitey Bulger, and he's in it. And there is something called um, Cumber Bitches. You know how we have the Deptford wives? Apparently,
Ugh.
Benedict Cumberbatch has groupies that run around following him called Cumber Bitches. Has anyone heard of this?
No, but it's
No,
And it was like the
thank
perfectly
God.
highlight
named,
of the
like,
interview. It was crazy. And I'm just wondering if it was the whole thing was fun. Welcome, Babe Lewis. Welcome, Mackie. Welcome, Tonecod89.
John O'Reilly, by the
John,
way. Thank you. And yes,
John,
that is for December. 300 is the goal every month. And let's see if we have the tracker. Let's see if we can actually hit it this month. We haven't since May, so.
I had a whole plan scheduled for John O'Reilly because we were gonna have Monique on to talk about fashion, just for the cameo appearance, to talk about fashion and Lily Rose and the
Yeah.
Nepo-baby trend in fashion and how Lily Rose at 5'2" can get a modeling contract, that kind of. So she was going to tell us what's going on in the contemporary days of the modeling industry and kind of how they're. I mean, do you guys know of any household names that are just models that are models and aren't a product of nepotism?
No,
Like the days of Tyra Banks and Christy
I can't think
Turlington
of
are old.
anybody.
So I wanted Monique to come on just for 10 minutes and talk to us about what the modeling industry is really just about fame and last names at this point.
Okay, so people who aren't a household name, what? So are you talking about
Deppo-babies, Nepo babies,
I
nepotism.
get it. I get it. But are you talking about people like Tyra Banks have nepotism?
No,
Or they don't? Okay,
they're
okay.
the last era of the models that had no nepotism
Okay, no, I
going in.
got you. There
So,
really aren't any supermodels, pure
right,
supermodels anymore,
right,
so.
right. A. Smith, thank you, sir. And he's A. Smith's on board for a very drug cent. Next time we do
We
it's
don't
going to
know
come up
that.
soon. A Jumpstreet drug centric, and then that's obviously the gist of the show. But you know what I'm talking about? An actual drug smuggling episode. David, thank you, sir. Welcome. And
Thank you, sir.
Do I have David here? I want to show you how brilliant this guy is. I better have put it in my. I know I tried to. I know I meant to. I want to show you this score he did. Tell me Warner Brothers wouldn't be lucky to have this David.
Has he recorded something for you?
He it wasn't for me. It was just on his Instagram. Maybe I'll
Oh, okay.
maybe
Let's
I'll
hear
save
it.
it. I don't know if it's in
Oh,
here.
okay.
I don't know if I have his I'll do it next time. I'll do it next time when he's on and he can talk to what it is. And Bon, I want to thank you again. I know did you we're going to go over the Rock City Angels and the Kids and Depp's kind of musical past
Yes,
before he was an actor.
I listened to the whole Rock City Angels album a few months ago. The kind of the big one. So I'm ready. Yeah.
Did it shock you that David Geffen passed on them for Guns N' Roses?
Well, Guns is a big thing. It sounds a lot like Guns.
It does, right? There's a lot of that huge crossover of the 80s.
I
You
mean, you
know,
couldn't. If Johnny had been singing, he would have signed them.
I think
but
he sings backup in
yeah,
that Mary song you probably heard.
yeah, but I mean, you look at Axel, and then you look at their singer.
Yeah.
Axel had the look, so
Rude's Ghost, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Thank
Rude's
you.
Ghost, for joining us. Thank you, G Canada, Herd's husband, hashtag unite, hashtag vindicate Amber. There's going to be a lot of Canadian tonight, G Canada, and I'm sure you're going to enjoy our look at yoga hose. Not just a very, very small look at yoga hosers. So, Bon, I think, Bon, are you on board for the Depotism modeling talk? Are you into this?
of course,
Good,
I'm
good.
I'm up
Just
for
you don't have to you to
anything,
chime
man.
in whatever
I'm
you want.
always up. I'm up
Okay,
for
good.
anything.
Rodney says to Sarah, "Hey Sarah, you're the Edgar Allan hostess with the mostest. I'd love to show up in the next jump treat. Email me the deets."
Okay, I'll send you out something tomorrow, Saturday. Okay, that's good. I will do
So
that.
Rodney, the episode is the worst night of your life.
No, I don't know if it's going to be that one. It might be the one
Okay, maybe
after.
the next one. The one after
Yeah.
it's probably that's Fuller's debut. That's the death of Jenko and Captain
Mhm.
Fuller debut.
Okay.
That's a good one for him. That's a
Okay.
really good one. Thank you, David C. Welcome, sir.
Thank
Always great
you.
to see you in here, David C. Mackie, welcome. G Canada. All right, so what I'm going to start with here, Cumberbatch is weird looking. He has no eyebrows, says
There's
Tone
a
Guy.
lot going on there.
Um, so what I'm going to start with is actually, no. Before I get to this, I saw a rant today in the Depp Delusion subreddit. So these are Depp haters, and I go to all the Depp subreddits every now and again, and the haters actually are more rabid about finding dirt on him. And so somebody had an interesting rant about Ben Affleck, and it was about how the gist of it was how Affleck is kind of hated. He's kind of like thought of as a slob and a drunk and a philanderer. And Depp is thought of as beloved, and they have a lot of the same pathos. You know what I mean? So this is
Hmm.
what I read. According to this broad. I remember in a WhatsApp group of my friends, a female friend of mine complaining about Ben Affleck and about him having alcoholic issues, him being an addict and a toxic in his romance and his family relationships. And because of this, when the Johnny Depp trial ended, and this same girl reacted in the group chat, "My Johnny is not guilty." And I was like, what the fuck? You just complained about Ben Affleck being an alcoholic and a drug addict and toxic in relationships, but you love Johnny Depp? It simply does not make sense to me. It doesn't add up. Then I'm talking with a smarter friend about this bullshit. She made me realize it's something I never thought before. She said, if you were a public person, you say something about Daniel Day-Lewis is a terrible actor, you'd be saying something wrong. At least we all think we would. You probably would annoy a small group of movie nerds. But if you say Johnny Depp is a bad actor, you don't even need to say he's terrible, because you could say he's irregular. That wouldn't even be terrible, and you would annoy a much, much bigger fan base. People will attack you, swear, and curse at you, and will be pissed off. This has nothing to do with Johnny Depp being a good or a bad actor, remind you. This has to do with him being just Johnny Depp, not so much the actor. He's not even a person. He's just a fantasy to these people at this point. They love the celebrity, the idea of Johnny Depp, not necessarily the actor. Not at all the actor, not the artist, definitely not the person. Um, I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. I
Hmm.
sound like Bill Maher trying to be like a, contrarian or devil's advocate. What they said is spot on. I've been saying this all the time. Unfortunately, and you're not one of them, Bond. You like Depp for all the right reasons. A great number of his fans don't have anything, any baseline or knowledge of him as an artist or an actor.
Yeah,
Did that come out to
they're
you in the trial? With all the
uh,
new bandwagon Deptford Wise and all these grifters trying to start YouTube channels based on the trial.
his fame has overridden any sort of yeah career for a lot of people that he's so famous. It overrides it all. I think he's
Did you hear what I said? And Sarah, I want you to comment on this. How many times during the trial, and I think everybody in the chat who watched the watch along of the trials on a daily basis go, not just Amber Heard, but Depp, no matter what he does from here on in, no matter how brilliantly chameleon, inhumanly Oscar worthy performance he gives, this trial stank. is never going to leave him. He is going to be looked upon. It's going to usurp anything he does. And I don't care. We can go 10 years from now, and it's still going to be the thing. That's what worried me the most about the trial. Sarah, what say you? Sarah, I think you're muted.
I know. I'm distracted by the we have suspended your account due to suspicious activity at the top there.
Oh
Not to
my
worry.
God.
Nice job.
Whose account?
Look at your screen. It says, "Uh-oh, we have suspended your account due to suspicious activity."
Oh, okay. That's from. I
That's
don't
your
know what
Reddit
that is.
account. Anyway.
No, no,
Okay.
no. It's like a VPN thing
Okay.
that you know how they're so neurotic now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm proud of that actually. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, of course you have women, 40 years younger than he is that are now in love with him. I would say girls at that stage, but girls in love with him can't name 3 movies, don't even know about 21 Jump Street, et cetera, et cetera. But of course, you get bandwagon fans with every pop culture event, quote unquote, that happens.
But we have to
Go ahead, Bob.
wait. We have to wait and see what happens when he puts out a new movie. That's the way
Yes.
we'll know, because I think
Yes.
it'll haunt him. But he came out looking so good generally from it, and everybody just has the hate for Amber, so it'll haunt him. But I don't know if it'll be that major in 5 years when he's done, 5 or 6 movies. It'll get brought up in interviews when he probably won't do. I mean, he doesn't really do them anyway, so he probably won't ever do interviews really anymore because he doesn't want to get into that, because they're going to ask him. If you could do an interview with Johnny now, you'd be asking him questions about the trial, and he'll just be over it. It's like Hugh Grant when he got busted with the prostitute. What was worse? That was pretty bad, remember? But now you never hear that about Hugh Grant. It took a long time, but
I think people still think about it. I think you're spot on, in fact, sir. And it already goes on. And what's even worse is talking to him and not bringing it up is even weirder than bringing it up to it is to him. Now he could have a gag order coming into it, but anytime he's interviewed and any gaggle of people watching an interview with him, the whole time they're going to be going, ask him about Amber Heard, ask him about the trial, ask him about the trial, ask him. They don't want to know about the movie, they don't want to know about anything else. And I think you're right. I might even go, I don't think he's ever going to shake it. I think this is bigger than Hugh Grant.
yes. Oh, it is for sure. Like, Hugh Grant was more, you just have to apologize, but this is different because it's a fucking, there's
It's an
two
epidemic.
sides, and yeah,
It's a
but
massive.
I see this question on the screen. I'll tell you
Yeah,
about
yeah.
them. They continued. They had a new album last year, and a decade
I mean, hold on,
ago.
Bon. Let me just say, hold on a second. Tone Cot 89 asked Bon Jovial, what happened to Wolf Mother? They had one great album and then they broke up or something. So I'm sorry, Bon. I just wanted to clear
No,
because
I
we have this on audio now, so you
I
can't
forget
assume.
that.
Yeah, it's okay.
I should have read it out, but yeah, they continued. The singer Andrew kicked all the other members out, and it became kind of the Andrew band. He was going to do a solo project, and then he put that on hold. And they did an album in 2016. They did an album last year, still, but nowhere near the success from back when they first broke. But they're still around. This happens with lots of bands. It's the singer's apparently a real problem, hard to deal with, but he's got all the power, so he just gets new band members, writes all the songs. And
When was Wolf Mother at their pinnacle?
It's
Popularity.
2006, I think,
Okay.
2005. Massive success. It was unbelievable. For such a derivative sound, it was embarrassing, really.
Yeah.
Oh,
Is it?
man,
Do you think as far as derivative goes, it's impossible to have an original sound now that everything's been done and you just
No, I think it's possible. It's like if in their case, Wolf Mother, you take Black Sabbath with Led Zeppelin and put them together, and he just made it so
Right.
blatant. It was like hard. I never really liked them, but I did. I heard that music and thought it was fine, and it was just surprising how successful they got. But that was a good era for those kind of bands from Australia. Just generally to say Australia, I mean in the world as well, I guess. But you had the Australian band Jet, and you had the other band, the Vines from Australia, all around that time, who became massive. But they were very derivative. It was embarrassing. It's kind of like when Bush, the English band, came out, and you just
Yeah,
go, "Oh
yeah.
my god, it sounds so much like grunge." And
Yeah, they were. It was like Nirvana blackface.
yeah, you didn't.
Yeah, right.
Good analogy. You
It
didn't.
was. It
They
was.
didn't even try to
And
make
he
it
was
different.
married to Gwen Stefani, so that helped his popularity too.
Oh yeah. And but they were huge in America, and in England they played pubs that have 500 people in them. No one in England liked Bush.
Wow.
Yeah, they'd go home and they'd play a 500 people pub, and then go to America, and they were playing arenas.
That's
They still
crazy.
play arenas. Yeah,
That's
no,
crazy. I didn't know
really,
that.
really. It's amazing story. There's documentaries on it on YouTube about it. They could never get any respect. The English media, who are the music media, are just brutal if you're derivative. They all loved Oasis and all of that then, and Blur, and they just never gave Bush any chance. But yeah, Wolfmother continue. Still one album last
Speaking of,
year.
I mean, that's a Depp. Depp is an Oasis. He had, and then that's for another show. He's played on their album. I guess slide guitar is tough to play, or so they claim.
Oh, it
And he,
is, yeah. He played
okay,
slide. Okay. You got to
yeah,
be
on
pretty
the
accurate to
'94
play
Oasis
slide.
album, I think. I forget the
Really?
title of the song. Yeah, I
What's
forget.
the story? Morning Glory, I think.
Okay. And he knew them from Kate Moss. Sarah, did one of the Gallagher brothers date Kate Moss before Depp?
I don't know.
Okay, there's
I don't.
some kind of Kate Moss crossover at exactly that time.
And then they all party together.
Yes, of course.
And one of the was he? No, I'm thinking of somebody else. Sorry, go ahead.
Guggadin, welcome, sir. Hashtag Amber is innocent. So was Oasis ever? They're not accused of being derivative of the Beatles in England.
Yeah,
On?
but they were better than a Wolfmother type
Yeah, I like
scenario.
Oasis. I definitely like Oasis. I have to say, I love
But
that.
it was blatant as hell.
Yep.
I mean, they're ripping the piano lines straight from classic Lennon, sort of McCartney things. It was, but you can't really. It's hard to argue it because it's like songs like Wonderwall and Champagne Supernova. Champagne Supernova, I mean, they're epic songs.
I like Live Forever.
Yes, yeah.
That's my favorite Oasis song.
And they kicked ass live. Like they even though they just kind of stood there, it was huge sound. So they were big.
There's a song they do which I think is super underrated, and it's about their mother dying, called "Don't Go Away." You know that one?
I haven't. No, I haven't.
It's a little on the newer side, I think. Sarah, you know that one? "Don't Go Away."
Say what you said.
Say what you
That's
say.
not really new.
Oh, did it come out in the mid '90s or was it late '90s?
It could have been late. It could have been late '90s. I'm not an Oasis expert. I just know
I'm
they
looking
mooched
it
off of
up.
Kurt Cobain's image in that "Live Forever" video to get some hits.
I need more time. I need more time.
Yeah, it was 1997. That song was on the "Be Here Now" album, which was a stinker. Like that might have been the only good song, I guess. That album stunk.
That was when they were losing. Rock and roll is kind of getting swallowed alive by pop. That late '90s, they started to lose.
Boy bands, and they had to try to follow up "What's the Story," Morning Glory, and to follow up that album is like trying to follow up Sgt. Pepper's or something.
Yep.
Oh, it's not a good analogy, not a good comparison.
No, it's good.
There,
No, that absolutely
it's
is
just a huge album.
Yep. Daniel Depp is no Casey Affleck, says David. David's actually scheduled to come on to do a Daniel Depp. Depp's older brother is 10 years older than him, is a novelist. He's kind of like a crime Hollywood novelist, and he has 4 books out. Vaughn. Sarah knows that, right? You know that, Sarah, right? That Daniel Depp is, and he's also the co-screenwriter of The Brave, the one movie Depp directed in 1996-97.
Okay,
He got Marlon Brando out of retirement to do that.
I will not be reading his books. That is up to David.
Okay, so let me throw this at you. Why does Ben Affleck not get a pass, but Depp does? All those things Affleck is, pretty much Depp is too. Is his charisma so strong that you just don't give a shit about any of that stuff. But Affleck, who is kind of a mediocre actor, and he's not beloved. I sometimes I feel like he's more hated than he is liked, and it makes you wonder, like, how would you even cast him as a lead in a massive movie if you know he isn't beloved? He'd have to put asses in seats because he's replaceable, and he might be a better director
Yeah.
than he is an actor. In fact,
Yeah. Yeah. For
in
sure.
fact, I know he is.
Yeah, he's still yeah, he's not a good actor, but he's still okay. Like
Very smart
it's
guy, great screenwriter, great director, but as an actor, he's mediocre. But all these things, and also too, like Jennifer Garner became this like almost like sacrosanct saint of just where she garnered all this crazy sympathy. She's the victim in this scenario, and this
yeah.
strong woman who stood by her man and took him to rehab even though he's cheating on her, and just not living up to his side of the bargain and promises and being a bad dad. She turned into kind of a sacrosanct figure, I feel.
Yeah,
Sarah, would you agree?
she was dealing with the kids and he was just off his mind.
I think he
Wh-
would have made Amber Heard look good, but he made a comment that she was the reason that he drank so much and was an alcoholic. The mother of your kids, the one that dealt with you cheating with, I think, like 3 nannies over the course of your short marriage while she's pregnant. You know, great guy. Hope he's happy with Jennifer Lopez, and I'm sure it's going to last forever this time.
It's gonna live forever. Mackie 504 Depp and Ben Affleck are equally sassy. That's a Phil Hartman quote. Babe Lewis is a commentary here. Yeah, Johnny's a guy who goes way out of his way to be nice to people in public. I've never heard anything special about Affleck. I agree with that. I don't know how long that goes with the masses. I've seen Affleck be a dick and nice to people simultaneously. I've seen him give money to homeless guys at left turn lights.
I
But
think your
yeah,
true
no one's.
character is reflected in how you treat your family
I agree.
in
I agree.
private.
I agree.
Yeah. And he's
I
kind
don't
of
I
a
don't care
jock,
how nice he is on the set of Batman. How is he cheating on his wife left and right? Is he disrespecting his wife, therefore disrespecting his children? I can't. He was too fat in Batman. He was not Batman.
You can say Depp cheated on Vanessa, can't you?
Yeah,
Twice.
great. Good for him.
But I'm asking,
I'm talking
why
about
does
Ben
he get a
Affleck.
pet? Why does he get a pass? And why is
Okay.
Affleck worse than him?
He's cool. He just is. Yeah. He's so much cooler than Ben
It's
Affleck the
just
way
a
he
it's a
talks.
charisma and a cool factor that you can't quantify. I'm not playing devil's advocate here. I'm asking the question this broad asked
It's
because
a
there's very
weird
little
thing.
difference.
And his filmography, there's a respect for Depp that Affleck can never get for
Yeah.
his movies. Even though,
Well,
yeah, he's like you said, he's a good director. Affleck, he's not going to get the way Depp does. I don't know. It's
Even though you're responsible for Goodwill Hunting, it's still the power of depth. Still, it's like it doesn't exist anymore. Affleck is to Kevin Smith, what Depp is to Tim Burton. Yes, Tone God, exactly. There's so much crossover there too. What are you gonna say, Sarah?
no, I was just going to refer back to her first paragraph that was nonsense anyway. With the just because he's an alcoholic, I mean that leaves him open for characters like an Amber Heard to enter his life to set up an abusive, toxic home. But it doesn't mean that because you're an alcoholic. And I had an uncle who we think killed himself because he fell off the wagon. And it doesn't mean that you're an abusive person. You abuse yourself. It doesn't mean that you're automatically toxic. Whatever.
What about what
She
J.I. Young
lost
said?
me at her last sentence. She lost me when she put lol at the end without any punctuation. I can't anyway.
What about you're like a sitcom wise ass, Sarah? You
No,
know that?
it's so
You
dumb. I hate it all. I hate what are you talking about, lol? It's like, oh, grow up. Come on.
What about what J.I. Young says here? Ben lacks charm. It's as simple as that. And is taped as being a drunk in public. Well, so is Depp. and has also starred in Daredevil while Johnny tries to be a mess behind closed doors. I also think Depp would have made a great Matt Murdock at Daredevil. I remember, again, we're going to have a show where comic book roles that Depp is either perfect for or was rumored for, it never happened, or he turned it down. I thought he would have been a perfect Daredevil at a certain point. If you watch him in Once Upon a Time in Mexico, he's basically playing a blind Matt Murdock type, a gunfighter, and it's not that different,
And don't
right?
forget about the Ben Affleck thing too. According to Rose McGowan, everybody's favorite, he and Matt Damon both knew that Harvey Weinstein had attacked her and did nothing and said nothing.
Yeah, there's a weird
Yeah, that's a
Weinstein
problem there.
crossover.
Yeah.
Depp is friends with Weinstein. Finding
Hmm.
Neverland and Chocolat, they all have it. The guy. This isn't like exclusive to the guy's so ubiquitous that there's virtually no actor that you can't connect to him in two steps. You know?
And are we a bad person if we know somebody's done something dodgy and we don't do anything? It's a tough thing to, because
You'd have
it's
to
all
say, like, if I
through
were
that
them,
Me Too thing.
right? You'd have to say, if I were them, how readily and forcefully would I throw this super producer under the bus that I knew
Yeah.
about if he was my friend?
When you're someone in Hollywood who's done a few movies and you're going really well and you don't want to,
Yep. Why would you?
you
You'd
know,
never
yeah.
rock the boat.
But you have to give Brad Pitt credit though. After the Gwyneth Paltrow, Gwyneth Paltrow went to him and said that Harvey Weinstein said inappropriate things to her. Brad Pitt cornered him at an award show and threw him into a wall. So at least
Oh
I
God.
love Brad Pitt. I don't even he's sexier now than ever.
I tell you,
And
Sarah, I I would love to get an update. I feel like the Jolie Pitt thing is like undercovered,
she's
isn't it?
dragging him like through everything she can. She's I don't know. I don't know enough about it, but everything that I've watched and read about it, he can't. I mean, she's selling things that they owned together without
Oh
his
my God.
knowledge. It's crazy.
Can you tell us where that's at right now? Like
I don't
how
know. I haven't.
ugly is it?
I don't know.
Because two massive A-list stars, eh, they're both obviously Pitt and Jolie are both on Depp's level, and Amber Heard's not on any of their levels. I would think this is. I'm not sure why this isn't a bigger daily story.
Mm.
It's a huge, ugly divorce, Bond. I don't know how well you're following it. It's
I haven't heard about it at all. I thought they were already done, divorced. I thought that was all over. So that shows, like, I would have heard about it. I'm pretty sure if it was being discussed constantly by everyone, like Depp was.
and they're
I thought
still
she was
slinging
cooler
mud.
than that. I thought she
I
would just. She's a pretty private person, so I thought she wouldn't.
I
Maybe
want a
he's the
full Cliff
one.
Notes update on that thing. I'm not satisfied with what I know. I think it needs to be covered more, and that's
Yes, I'm sure there's
crazy.
someone in the chat who's an investigator on it.
Yeah, someone is definitely an aficionado. I love how they went crazy. G Canada goes suspicious activities, laughing my effing ass off from a guy who drives up and down Squabble Lane, saying, "I can't track Johnny's head. No shit, everything he does is suspicious." Classic G
Ah,
Canada.
love it.
Arm is a rebel on Reddit, says Gunga Din. What VPN are you running, Arm? Surfshark, A Smith. Surfshark. I was told, I read all the reviews. I was told that's in the top three. Everybody likes, what is it?
I'm with Viper VPN VYPR,
Okay.
and it's been really good. I was with Ghost. What's it called? Somebody will know in the chat. Ghost something. Cyber Ghost before.
Okay.
They're all pretty similar. Like, does the trick. Gets me onto Sirius, you know. Dennis gives me free access, so I get my access to Sirius to hear the worst show in the world.
You were the Liam
Fuck.
Gallagher of VPNs, Vaughn. You truly
Am
are.
I?
Yeah. David does a great point, as he always does. Seeing Depp make nice with court stenographers is a great optics. Laugh at the judge making fun of Rottenborn, more great optics. We've seen him multiple days in a row in normal situations. And it's going to be it's hard for continued acting work because David's right. Like, you're sort of going like nothing he can do just in terms of like entertainment value can equal what the trial was. That's a huge problem.
Yes, but he doesn't like it. He doesn't
No,
want it. No, he didn't want that trial, so he's
but
not
he
going
was
to think
forced
of it that way.
he was
He's not going to
forced by
think.
his team to televise it. And that's if it wasn't televised, it's a whole different deal in terms of it would have been like the UK trial, which Sarah, what would you say? It was 1/20th the notoriety is the Fairfax trial.
Yeah, yeah, I would say so. I'm thinking about crowd size outside the court, but his team didn't force him to televise it.
No, they had a powwow. They had a think tank, and they got together and said, whose idea was it entirely? Could have been Waldman's idea. I don't
It
see
was the
Depp going.
judge's idea to cut down on the crazy people trying to get into the court to witness it.
No, that's a theory. That's a theory.
No,
That's
that's in the court documents.
if you didn't televise the trial, it would exponentially increase the amount of gawkers outside.
And that's what she said
Mm.
in the pretrial
Yes,
documents. Why she
that
decided to air it. Amber Heard said no. Depp said okay, go ahead. But it was the
if
judge's idea.
we got Tonecott. Kate Moss dated Pete Doherty. That's right, Tonecott, who
Oh
made
yeah,
Depp look like a choir
famously.
boy, and he's friends with Oasis, right?
Yes. Oh
Okay,
yeah.
thank you, Tonecott.
All of them. He was. Oh, in those years, 2000 and whatever, 3, 4, 5. He was all. Oh god, you read about him so much. So many photos of him. Absolutely wasted. Terrible influence on humans. That guy was.
Casey Affleck is a huge Me Too, David C. That flew under the radar before the Me Too stuff got crazy. Apparently, the rumor is allegedly he and Joaquin Phoenix gang raped somebody on a
Holy
movie set. I
crap.
forget the name of the movie.
Oh my
And it's
god.
apparently a thing that's gone around Hollywood, and actresses shun him at award shows. If they won't give him eye contact, it's like a real thing that's gone around. And he got a pass because of his last name and kind of when this stuff hit. It was way before this stuff really hit the fan. Then the Kevin Spacey stuff. I think Spacey was like the first guy that it really took off with, even before Weinstein.
Oh yeah,
Case.
the rumors about Spacey were ages, years. But Casey made that mistake, like of wearing that pin that they were all wearing. Or
Yeah.
was that Falco? I'm thinking, was that James Falco? One of them wore the pin, and then the people that had been abused by him called him out, and it was like, yeah, why'd you wear that and
Yeah.
talk about that?
It's like
Yeah,
Wigger is
it's
flying
cool.
too close to the
But
sun.
they both took a year or so off. Not a fleck. Casey and Casey and Falco had to take a year or so off after their drama. But now,
Well,
you know what? They just come back.
you bring up James Franco,
Oh,
and
Franco. Why am I saying Falco? Who is
that's okay. It was
Falco?
it
Why
was.
would I? Where am I getting
So
that?
I thought that was your nickname for him. But you bring up Franco and Musk, who were both supposed to. One of the ways they sold that trial, and I think was a large amount of people probably tuned in. It never happened, and it was a bit of a bait and switch. Was Franco and Elon Musk were supposed to testify in person, and they both just bailed. And you talk about the power of Depp's charisma. They're afraid. They're literally afraid of his popularity. Even Elon Musk, even Elon, with all the money in the world, Depp's charisma is more wealthy than Elon's wealth.
Yes. Yeah. And God. Yeah. I don't know what they. I don't know. I thought they were being compelled to, but yeah, I realized halfway through it that they could just decline, which
People
is interesting.
were people the public sentiment was so negative against them all throughout. It's like you would think you'd want to get out there and clear your own name with your own words, and they both bailed and balked on it. But you're right, James Franco will never do anything again without people bringing this shit up to him. I think this is going to follow him around for the rest of his life.
Yeah, and his stuff was not nice. Lots of women, he was being really disturbing.
And if you combine that with the Depp stuff, and Amber Heard in the elevator at the
Oh God, that
Eastern
was
Columbia building. He's going to
that
be the most hated
footage
man in
was
Hollywood. He'll never
so
work again.
weird.
I don't even think he's going to
Yeah,
direct. I don't even think you'll deal with. You'll see his name and it'll be toxic. It'll be just you just won't go near anything with his name on it,
yeah,
and they know that.
it tarnishes everything. Like I think of him and I just think, oh, I don't want to think about him.
They're
You feel
dirtbag, sleazeball. Can't trust him, right? Lascivious. He's what were Depp's nicknames for him, Sarah?
I don't know the nicknames for Franco. I just
He had
know
a million.
I know the Elon
Called
nickname.
him rapey and rapey
Oh no,
Franco or
that's what
something
she
like
told Depp.
that. Okay.
Amber Heard said she would never sleep with James Franco because he was rapey,
It's very rapey.
and then she slept with
wow.
him. But that's another example. All of his little friends, like Joe, what's his name? Joe. Oh my God, I want to say Rogan, but it's not Rogan.
Depp's friends?
No, Franco's friends.
Oh, okay. You talk about the Seth Rogen.
Seth Rogen, yeah,
Right.
sorry. Oh God, I hate them all. But they all knew. And now, but meantime, they're not afraid to or ashamed to virtue signal all over Twitter about how you should be living your life. But meanwhile, they know all their friends are out there assaulting women and whatever, and they just okay.
Yeah, Seth Rogen moonwalked away from that. He tried to, he's like, I got nothing to do with this. And those two, I mean, they roast together. They're very old friends. There's that whole Hollywood. It's like Adam Levine, Jonah Hill, Seth Rogen, Franco. They all kind of these like Hollywood brats, and it was kind of like a nepotism Hollywood thing back when they're all kind of just in each other's movies and stuff. And
And they
what's
was like
his?
a brat pack.
Yes,
They made
yes.
their own
Dave
little
Franco,
gang.
right? I think one of them, Dustin Hoffman's daughter, is dated Jonah Hill or something. It's just this whole fucking circle jerk in that area. David says Affleck's directing for Argo far outshines his acting. I forgot about Fargo. I mean Argo. Isn't Bryan Cranston in that? Casey's career is a J Lo's Let's Ben drink. J, is he back to drinking? Is Affleck drinking again? I would hope.
Who knows? Well, when he was on Howard last year, he was saying he will never drink again. So
yeah, I mean, you know what that's worth. I wouldn't even say it. I wouldn't even say. Just do it. Just do it. Don't even say it. Just do it.
Imagine all the maintenance that has to go on with your wife before she even steps out of the house. I would drink too.
Bon, you're a guy.
I'm a guy. Yeah,
You're a guy who has dealt with the power of addiction.
Oh,
and
yeah.
how do you empathize with these guys? Do you relate to the back and forth? It sounds like you pretty much kicked it summarily.
I had to take medication for like 6 months that would make me vomit if I drank alcohol.
Okay.
In Australia, it's called Antabuse, and you take a tablet a day, and if you drink like a few mouthfuls of a beer, you'll get like the worst stomach ache, and if you drink a whole beer or two, you just like vomit and you can die. So I did that for like 6 months to stop after like.
Well, you're
rehab,
clearly
basically.
serious about it because you're not
Yeah, I
doing
haven't
that.
had
You're
it
not.
since 2018, and it's. I smoke too much cigarettes now. That's the problem.
Yeah, one addiction for the next. I mean, we're all addicted to something. I don't care who you are. You have some vice.
I can't drink because I can't stop drinking. It was just impossible. It was like soul destroying. And if anyone listening has a problem like that, you have to, and you're hurting people, like my family were really worried about me, and you just have to just go, like it gets to a point where you get so sick, like James Hetfield from Metallica talked about it, like he just said I got so sick of it was so predictable what I was doing. Like I was going to get really wasted and then feel really sick the next day and then just keep doing it. And that's what it became with me. I was like, I can't do it anymore. Like it's so tiring.
Yeah.
And you have to just the refilling the drink and then the urinating constant every 30 minutes. Also, you go into the toilet.
No, you're right. All those things are people don't talk about that stuff. People don't. I would say for me, and as someone, I've had drinking binges, And I think psychologically, to explain what it is you are searching for the perpetual buzz. It's not so much, I never sought to get drunk. I'm just looking for the perpetual buzz, the perfect, I never once said, I want to party, I want to party, I want to party, I want to get drunk. I don't, I just drank for what the mood called for. And it was like searching for but you're right. The hangover is probably because you're starting off the day with two strikes against you, right? You pretty
Yeah.
much can't
Oh, the
function.
dehydration
Yep.
is. But I did weed. Gee, Canada. I did weed when I was younger, but that I depression. So the weed was making me so depressed when I was in my 20s. I had to give that up. I'd smoke weed and then get like absolutely paranoid for like an hour and turn my phone off,
Yep.
lock the door. It was always like that. Like if I was at friends' places, like the first hour, I'd just sit silent and it was like it wanted me to quit. It was like a slideshow of all of my failures in life for like the first hour of being stoned. I would sit there go, I can't believe I did that in high school. I can't believe this happened. Can't believe I fucked that up. And I'd just sit there and feel like crying and
Yeah.
it's not worth it. And then you get that cycle, the hangover again from that was off the next day you feel like drained and then you have to keep getting more. And here in Australia, it's just hard to get it. So if you run out, you just feel bizarre. It's awful.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what kept me away from. I don't know where to get that stuff. I mean, I didn't want to. I'd see the sneaking around, and I didn't feel like seeking out the drug dealer and the whole and all that. I just didn't. I couldn't be bothered. It was too much production. But I mean, as a guy like you, and I appreciate your candor in this situation, but compare yourself to these two, right? They have every privilege in the world. They don't have to drive. They have handlers. They have all these people. They have a Dr. Feelgood in Depp's case, Dr. Kipper. You know, that goes on when you can throw money at the problem. That can
Yeah.
go on and on and on. If you had their access and money, do you think would you consider it as much of a problem, or was it because you're not
I
celebrity proof?
wonder about that. Like, yeah, when I was really bad, a lot of it was like, why am I doing this to my life? Like, wasting so much time feeling sick. But if I was famous and had so much money, I don't know what I'd do because there might be getting drunk or getting stoned, really wasted. It might just be like you just want to it's a party because you're like, I don't have to worry about anything ever.
Yep.
Like if I've got $50 million, there's no,
There's no bottom.
um, yeah. But if I was married and had kids and then started treating people really badly, because I treated people pretty badly when I
Yeah.
was an alcoholic, like did some nasty a lot of um, arguments with people. It's just I don't know what I'd do if I was super famous. I might be dead because
Yeah,
I'm
because
sure
you
I'm
wouldn't.
sure those guys have been close to death when they're
Yeah,
so wasted that
that's the
you
other
know.
way is that that argument with Artie a lot too, and it's like if you the only way to truly get to the core of the problem is the person has to run out of money, or you take a Screen Actors Guild card away. If someone like Artie is getting hired based on derelictions and being a fuck up, then what's the repercussions? You're actually getting rewarded for that. I mean, there's no bottom if you're getting hired because of your fuck ups. If that's
Yeah,
your persona.
and Depp's been living that for decades,
Yeah, I mean, he
known
calls
as a
himself a
party
pirate.
guy.
Yeah, right. I
Uh,
mean,
uh,
his main character is based on Keith Richards' derelictions.
and it's amazing because people love Keith, and he's been in his life, he's just been a terrible person, and they get that lovable status. It's
Yeah,
amazing.
it's impossible. The beloved status in Hollywood is virtually impossible to achieve, especially when you're as exposed as Depp is. It's one thing if you're Nicholson, when you're not out there, you're never interviewed, people never see you. It's easy to keep that. But when you're Depp and you are putting yourself out there all the time, sometimes it's not your idea to put yourself out there. But to
Yeah.
maintain that beloved status as long as he has is pretty inhuman.
He cleaned up a lot during that trial after those first couple of weeks. I don't know if he stopped drinking altogether. He just looked completely like the first week or so, he looked unwell and freaked out like you would be. But he just got, when he just started doing the ponytail, he just looked so much healthier. So he might have
According
quit
to friends of
for a
his,
while.
and if I don't know how
Mhm.
closely you followed like the idiosyncrasies of the trial, he drinking is not really his problem. Like his constitution is so strong that it's not even he almost can't get drunk, so he has to choose something far more potent to even alter his mood, that I'm not even sure
Yes.
alcohol is his problem at that point.
Yeah, I wonder what, I don't know what he's on. Like he's on a lot of stuff, I guess, when he wants to get wasted.
Sarah,
So
who was it? Was it Sean Bett that just said he can drink and drink and drink and nothing happens?
Yeah, I think he slurs a little bit, and that's about it.
And there was a couple of people that signed off on that. He just can't. He has that constitution where you have to up the ante substance wise in order to alter his mood in any way. David says, I think people are turned off by Ben Affleck's ambition, whether it's his fight on Bill Maher with Sam Harris, or just trying to make important movies, quote unquote. He's just a try hard, and Depp seems like he's going with the flow. That's an interesting thought, David. Tone Cott says, when I was on active duty, my shipmate said that Affleck made a USO appearance on the ship a few years before, and he was kind of standoffish and he was a dick. Robin Williams, on the other hand, was awesome. I believe every word of that, Tone Cott. I was there. Cuba Gooding Jr. made an appearance. Were they filming Pearl Harbor? Weren't they
Pa-
both in?
yeah, pause for just a second. Cape, I see that you were able to figure out the super chat thing. I was going to interrupt to let you know how to do that. He was asking a few times how to send a super
Okay,
chat.
thank you,
Sorry.
how
Cape
to give
Trustee.
money.
Yes, I need money.
Well, Bon, I really appreciate your candor during that. Maybe you could help somebody out because you ran the gamut of pathos and addiction and feelings, and that's quite a victory you had coming
It
out
was
of
an
the other end
awful
of it.
time. It was
I
going
bet.
to rehab. I was in rehab for like 6 weeks in a medic. Like I couldn't leave. Yeah, it was fucked. But it changes you. Like the cliche where people say, like when Affleck was on Howard, he talked about, it sounded like he'd been in rehab. He talked about it, and some of his, even though Howard's terrible, Affleck said some things that sounded very real to me. Like I was like, yeah, this guy's he's fucked himself up a lot. He's taking a lot of responsibility. But yeah, if anyone's going through that, I mean, it's so difficult to try and stop it yourself, to say I'm not going to drink. Like 8 p.m. was a nightmare for me at night. Like that time would come and I was like, that's when I'm going to start drinking.
Yeah.
Or 7 or 8, it was like a weird vibe would come. Like if I was trying not to, it was impossible. Like
Yeah. I
I went
mean,
down and I would go. I haven't gotten in the house, and by 8:15 I'd go down and buy some, and sometimes it was just made you feel so pathetic, like so
would you think
pathetic.
like the guy at the store would memorize your patterns and knew? Oh God, here comes Bon again at 8:15 with
It
his
was
12-pack.
exactly, the guy would go, yeah. He said, "Gee, you drink a lot." He'd say things like that, and I
Yeah, he
always,
could. Right.
what you just said is so. I would, when I'm walking in, I wish he wouldn't be there, because he'd go, "Oh, another one." And I remember some really bad times where I
I
was
had a
up
guy,
all the.
Bon. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I had a guy
You're
in
right. You're right.
Brooklyn. I lived in Brooklyn because I didn't drive. When you live in New York City, you don't drive. They were stocking the beer for me. They knew what I wanted to, and I was getting it so much. He was ordering supplies because specifically for me.
Yeah, I've done. Yeah, 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 yeah. I know exactly. This is what happens. I did some nasty drinking. Like I remember drinking all night by myself, a whole bottle of scotch, and then going at like 9 a.m. This is sad stuff, really, and
Wow.
buying another bottle and drinking that for the next half of the day. That's when you know. It was just sick. Like, and if a lot of it was alone, if you're drinking
Yeah.
alone every night, And if you have a couple of glasses of wine, that's not a problem. But I'm talking like a bottle of scotch. Oh God, it's so disgusting. And I remember going in and saying, to buy a pizza. And I don't know why I said, I'm just wondering, can you smell, when I picked it up, I said, can you smell if I've been drinking? And the guy looked at me and just went, like rolled his eyes, went, yeah. And I went, oh, fuck.
Yeah,
It
you're
just
so
tastes,
desensitized to it. You don't think you're giving off any kind of
it
scent.
seeps out of your pot. You go
Yeah.
have a shower, it doesn't matter. It's going to take hours. It's just disgusting. Disgusting. So, but going into rehab's awful experience.
No, I bet.
It's
I mean,
so depressing. But it always works. That's why it's so popular. It just works so well. Like it was
it's
just
really, if it makes you feel
unbelievable.
any better, what you're describing, I've read is Depp's lifestyle, but he's a guy who can throw money at. I can't tell you how many times I've read exactly what you're describing of Depp being. I mean, that's him being late for movie sets was exactly what you're describing. His time with Hunter S. Thompson is drinking at 7:30, is bottles of scotch at 7:30 in the morning. But it's okay because it's kind of a romanticized thing in that world, and they can throw money at them because they're not driving and they're not, you know what I mean? Like your consequences are far greater.
Yes, it eats your mind up because when you're sober, you feel so stupid. It's so crazy. It's so awful.
You're not the only
And
one though. You just had the courage to talk about it and face it. I
no,
mean,
I'm not
that's
embarrassed about it at
no, you
all.
shouldn't be. You
I'm
shouldn't be.
happy to talk about it because it's we in Australia you can drink when you're 18, and I don't agree with that. I would
That's the
much
problem. That
prefer
I couldn't handle it at 18. That's
no,
why
and
I didn't drink until I was legal.
it's we shouldn't have access to it because it becomes so part of your lifestyle to be able to get it. And 21's so much better. Like people say, oh, well, you get a friend, you get your brother or sister or someone to buy it for you, but no, it doesn't work like that. Like they'll buy it for you, but if they're not available, like when you're 18 and you can have it anytime you want, it's completely different. Fucking,
Absolutely. There's
we
a
shouldn't.
huge maturity. I mean, that's the argument for college. People say, well, it's not, we don't need you to, it's just a maturity era. And so we don't want you
Go.
post
You just
18. You
disappeared.
think you're an adult.
Oh, you're back.
Technically, you're an adult, but you're still a kid. And you're thinking like a kid. And you're going to behave recklessly. If alcohol is legal, you're going to do whatever the law allows you to do.
Yeah, but I didn't drink much like then when I was 18. Like we'd get pissed every weekend or whatever, but not
Yeah.
during the week. I don't know. It's just so nasty, and that smell of alcohol. Like God, when I smell it now, I just go. Oh, I used to brew beer. I was like this functioning alcoholic, definitely for years. Basically, I had a fridge in this place, a bar fridge that had 2 beer kegs in it and a tap on the top. In my
Well, you
lounge room,
got to
so
a point where you got sick of buying it. Probably you didn't want to deal with the middleman, so I'm just going to make my own. I don't have to go out anymore. Makes sense.
We became obsessed with it. My friend bought thousands of dollars of equipment to brew this amazing beer. Like I did the easier way. He did this whole boiling stuff in these big fucking things and all this temperature gauges and stuff. He went crazy too, but it's nasty. But I don't know what Depp or would be doing now. I don't know if he drinks as much, but as you said, he's got a huge tolerance. And it took me. I remember I went and saw Pearl Jam here, and I had to drink 6 pints of beer before I drank 6 pints before I left here. A pint is, it's bigger than a normal beer.
Yeah, I couldn't relate more. There was a time, all my 20s, virtually all of my 20s, we didn't go out until we had to drink, the pregame thing, and it was a ritual, and
It
it
was fucking awesome back then.
Yeah, it was, and you could just put it. I can't believe the amount. It was like a 12 pack before you went out. It was exactly what you're describing. And any concert you're watching, any game you're watching, any movie you're watching is synonymous with drinking.
Oh yeah, going to concerts, I would buy 3 scotches each time I walked up. We
I
wouldn't
get
buy
that.
rounds, our friends. We'd all just go up and buy 3 and have them under our arm. That was like the way it was just like,
Yeah, my friend had a move where he would sneak in flasks because it was flat and you could hide it under your coat. So he would sneak in 2 flasks in the inner pockets, and he'd buy the soda at the concert because so you can get a even though the soda's overpriced, who cares? It's 50
oh yeah,
ounces, and you could
yeah.
make a huge whatever Jack and Coke and milk it the whole time.
It was awesome. I did it too. I would take like a 6 pack to the movies in my backpack, and you'd hear every
Yes,
20
there's nothing
minutes.
fun. There's nothing funnier than the sound of a beer can opening in a silent movie theater. Oh my God, is that
Yeah.
the best sound? As soon as the music goes down. So you're getting a lot of support in the chat. Gina Bobina says, "We love you, Bon." Texaho, hello. Texaho said, "Exercise and a balance of weed and exercise does it for the Texaho. One day at a time," says Hooper. G.
Oh,
Cannon says,
this
"Wow,
was
that's
yeah. This was years ago. I don't even think about it. This was in 2018. I haven't had any since. I don't even think about it now. Like it's just like like heaps of people say. It's just I can't do it.
yeah,
It's not for me. It's for other people because it's so good. I can't have one or two.
yes." That's what
It's amazing.
Jackie Martling called me an asshole punk because I'm talking to him about the one time I met him when I went in to do. We talked to Jackie and Grillo at was it
At the
McCoy's?
pub,
Yeah, and
McCoy's. Yeah,
so I'm talking to
I remember it
Jackie
well.
after it, I think, and I said, I don't know. I go, I love drinking too much to have a problem with it. So I have like a balance. I'm like went into the drinking coach stuff. And he's looking at me like I'm crazy, and he's like he just keeps he goes, you fucking punk. Fuck you, fuck you, you
I think
punk.
he says it in the interview because I
Yeah,
edited it
I
like
don't. Did he
a
say
year
it?
ago,
Okay, you
so
might have
I
said
think
it.
it's in it. Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Like he was.
He didn't he wasn't he was a bit weird with you in that interview. You said a
He
few things. He got a bit weird with you. I don't know why. You were
he
I don't know,
likes the
you were
ladies, Bond. That's why he's a horny old man.
yeah,
He
he
likes the
wasn't
ladies.
he
He
made a few
was. He
comments
was.
to Monique through it.
He was the Alvin Robertson of reach around next to Monique at that table. It was making me so.
Oh
I thought I was
fuck.
gonna have to step in. It was so creepy. I thought I was gonna have to step in.
Well, it is. I mean, so it's the same with John Melendez. I'm sure if
Yeah,
he's never
yeah.
been around her, but if he was, it'd be the same fucking thing. They're like little children. That's in mentally they are stuck.
Just perpetually want to have sex with everything that moves, no matter how old they are. It's always in there. It's a real rapey creep factor.
And the
That
entitlement of working with Howard,
yes,
Yeah, it was
it
the
made you
20 years they
famous,
worked on that show. They thought that
yep,
was real life.
yeah, that's right. Cindy
and for a
Clausen says,
while.
"Congrats, Bond, for being sober." Babe Lewis says the same thing. Gunga Din says the same thing. Bond, glad you have a now
Well,
handle
the
on it.
rehab did it. I didn't. I didn't even really do it. I just wandered around in rehab for like 5 6 weeks, and you can't have it in there. That's what was so great. But
Yep,
you have to admit to you know, if you have family, like saying it to my parents, and I didn't. And people worry about, oh, what would my friends think? I didn't tell any of my friends. I it was just weird. Like I wasn't around for that time. I knew I was going in months before it. So
was there an intervention in any kind?
well, had my dad like had an accident where he passed out, and he had pneumonia, and he had to go into hospital. And when my mum called me to tell me about it, I just could not stop crying, and it all came out. Like
Yeah,
I was just saying I'm not happy, and she's like, I know you're not, and all this stuff, and it was really sad. And I said, yeah, I'm just not happy, and that just freaked me out, and then just couldn't stop freaking out. So I said I need to get help, and so that was the way it happened. Like, it wasn't that I said I have something important. So it was just like this outburst. But for some people, it's probably the hardest thing is to tell their parents or their friends. So I knew months before, so I actually was more kind of like distant with my friends. So when I was gone for that time, they weren't. I was just talking to them on the phone, and they weren't going, "I'll come out this time." It was just I'd made this weird sort of maneuver where they thought I was just like, "Oh, he's off doing music and stuff for a while. I don't know what he's up to." But so like only a couple of friends knew, and so, but that must be hard for some people who's everyone's gonna fucking know. That's probably a reason why so many people don't do it. But
I
if
don't
you're
think it's a
doing it like
stigma
I
anymore.
was,
I think it's I don't think I think people are too embarrassed, but I really think it's a large percentage. How many people have a perfect handle on drinking? Like, what is the perfect amount? What does that even mean? Is it your tolerance? Is it your lifestyle? It's it's there's no perfect amount. You just had the courage to tackle it head on. That A. Smith says, "Thank you for your honesty, Bon. My mom died of alcohol." Sorry about that, A. Smith. I did not know that.
it's awful. It's 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 brutal, and it kills so many people. For someone like Stuttering John, on an interview I saw a while ago, he said he was on that. He's on this weird MCMS with
MSCS
this
Media.
that guy, and the guy John's claimed that no one dies from alcohol. The guy said so many people die from it, and said, "You can't." John says, "You can't die from alcohol," and it's just some people don't even believe that you can die from alcohol.
I'm
And he's
not
saying,
defending. I'm not defending John, but I mean, you know that he drinks Coors Light, which is one step above Evian.
but when you drink
It's
12 or 13 in a sitting,
That's it. He
it's not a lot
drinks.
of. It's still not a lot, Sarah.
I've
It's kind of
seen
he
his
water.
has open
podcast.
sores on his hands.
I've
He
seen
has
his
spots
yeah.
all over his face. The man is dying. He's also smoking crack allegedly with prostitutes
Oh,
and
really?
shoveling
Holy
cocaine up
shit!
his
Really?
nose.
He can't
John.
afford cocaine. He
I
can't
know.
afford cocaine. He's begging for super chats, but if there's people like him who think you can't die from alcohol, well, you're fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Like, you're incredibly ignorant, and it kills so many. I think it's one of the. I think it kills more people. Maybe in Australia, it kills more people in car crashes a year. Probably it's fucked up. So yeah, get help, I'd say, and to anyone listening, because listen, like I could never have done the radio if I was drinking when I started coming on Radio Gunk. I wouldn't be on that anymore. I would have been like removed because I
You'd
would
be
have
like
gone
too
crazy.
irascible and kind of
I would
cranky
have cracked the
and provocative.
shits.
Yeah.
When people have been kind of smart assy to me, like I can get really, really angry, like when I'm drunk, like that. I can be real, like, if everyone's having a go at me, uh, when I'm sober, I'm just like, okay, thanks a lot. I'm
Yeah.
glad I came on today. Wow, thanks, guys. But if I'm drunk, man, I'll be like, you're fucking kidding me? And it would be horrible. And just the loudness, I would be some of our classic moments on Radio Gunk with like where we're laughing our asses off. I would have been in hysterics if I was drunk. Like Monique would have had to mute my mic, and
See, some people aspire for that anger and energy because it lets them know they're alive or they're not being stepped on. And you push back and you're just not taking shit from anybody. And some people feel you get your best art out of anger. And you're an artist, and
that's
I'm sure
true.
you've heard
Maybe
that
for
theory.
music, I mean, yeah, I guess like, but this is real time sort of. Um, it's not like you're creating a
Yeah,
movie
yeah,
or
yeah, yeah. You're right.
this
You're
is
absolutely
real
right.
time reaction. You watch people like an alcoholic like Stuttering John on his show when he's drunk and he's yelling and screaming about it's ugly. Anyway,
John O'Reilly and Hooper said, try Mastic Shirley. The Poopsatalk Reservation is a pretty good place to get almost anything. Welcome, Ida. She didn't get we got to get Ida her personalized notifications. God damn.
she has
When I
to
became a
hit the
stone, No, I'm sorry. Texaho
I'm sorry.
writes, when I became a stoner, I vowed to stay active. I stumbled onto the perfect combination of weed, energy drinks, and exercise. Caffeine's a big addiction people have. I definitely have
Yeah,
a
yeah.
semblance of that.
I cut coffee out years ago as well.
Did you really?
I
So you
drink
have no
tea now.
caffeine at all?
I have tea. I drink tea,
Okay.
which is the same caffeine, but
Okay.
I was it was just too much. Like, yeah, I was like shaking from it. Yeah, I'd have one every few hours, kind of thing. It's just stupid.
Because most people will replace alcohol with cigarettes and coffee.
That's the problem. I got to get off cigarettes now because that's the scare. Drinking's bad and cigarettes are just scary because it's like that's like Russian roulette with, you never know what can come.
Well, Sarah and I had this conversation about bringing it back to Depp, and again, we could relate it to you. He's been smoking. He's been chain smoking since he was, I've heard 12, I've heard 13. Let's say middle school.
Hmm.
How is this guy? Now he's going to be 60 next year. Is there a process where you can get your lungs cleaned from a
No,
surgeon? And he's smoking
no,
marijuana with it. Marijuana, is it not smoke? Right?
it's
It's people.
worse than
It's
cigarettes, I
worse.
believe, just health wise.
That's
Yeah, for your
that's
lungs.
been confirmed by my doctor, who asked me if I smoked marijuana. I said no, and he told me the same thing. But also, I have a cousin, my first cousin, son of my uncle who died. He has lung cancer, and all he does is smoke marijuana. He does nothing else. Smokes marijuana, and he has lung cancer, stage 4 lung cancer. The doctor says from marijuana.
I think maybe there's that school of thought. Well, if you're gonna smoke something, at least it does something to you, like weed does. You're gonna
Right.
get wasted,
Right.
rather than smoking a cigarette when 15 minutes later you don't feel like you even had a cigarette. That might be the reason. So they say, yeah, get stoned because you're only gonna smoke 5 bongs or 3 spliffs instead of smoking a pack of cigarettes a day. So there might be a health thing there.
Sarah, I
Mhm.
had the same question from a physician. He asked me, "Do you smoke marijuana?" I said, "No." And then I
They
had the
all ask
follow-up
no.
question. I said to him, I go, "Why is it that people act like marijuana smoke is not smoke, but cigarette smoke is? I mean, is it not? Are you not corroding your lungs?" And he's like, "Yes." He goes, "Of course you are." He's like, "I
Mhm.
don't." He goes, "I get that all the time. People act like marijuana is like medicinal, but you're destroying your lungs. I don't." And he actually went on a huge rant. I like triggered something in him when I asked him that. Because I don't smoke
Especially if you,
marijuana. I just wondered why it seems to get a pass in terms of lung damage.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's ignorance, I'd say. Especially if you smoke bongs. I mean, you're fucking killing your lungs by, when you smoke a bong, it bloody hurts.
I wouldn't know. I'm so innocent. I wouldn't know.
Oh,
I
you
freak
are,
out when
aren't
I
you? Yeah,
I freak
that's
out when I
true.
walk by and I smell something that could be marijuana smoke. I'm like, I didn't ask for that to be in my lungs. Thank you so
Oh yeah.
much.
Secondhand people are getting sensitive. Secondhand smoke is not going over as well as it used to anymore. That's becoming you can't. It's hard to be a smoker. There's no place to go there. It's outlawed everywhere. You can't.
Mhm.
And then there's the old
They've killed
argument,
it,
like at
yeah.
workplaces, and people go, "Oh, just because that person's a smoker, they get an extra 90 minutes of break every day."
Exactly.
Well, that's amazing. That's the
That's
Scott
gone
the
on for
engineer
years.
line. What
Yep.
was it? What was the Scott one? Is a cigarette
That's
an hour? That's how many cigarettes? Someone in the chat will know that it's. I
No,
always
you're
had
right. No, that was a
just had a
Scott the
drop of it.
Engineer thing where he's like he got an extra hour and a half of break every day simply because he smokes. So people were pretending to smoke just to get breaks, just to go out with them.
That's what nurses do. I
That's
was
right.
talking about with my doctor when I went to see him like a month ago, just to get a break. They're not going to get a break. They're so exhausted to get a break. They're a nurse and they know that it's bad. But if they say they're going for a cigarette, they're going to be allowed to have a break. If they just say they want to go and stand outside for 5 minutes and look up at the stars, they're going to say no. Isn't that fucked?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's hit the wall. I think it's the people. It's where workplaces are just banishing all of it. Or you make up another addiction. Like, what if I go out and I want to chew gum and throw it on the
Hmm.
sidewalk? That's my break. Every time someone smokes, I'm going to find an addiction to counter it on the other side of the road, just so I get the same break. It took years for people to catch on to that. Years, decades, and decades of smokers getting an extra 2 hours a day of breaks, and finally someone just stood up and go, "What the hell is this shit?" So if I smoke, I get 2 hours extra lunch.
Yeah, like if you're in a place where the boss you're working and the boss says, "All right, let's go have a smoke," you're going.
Yeah, you're gonna
You're
go.
not gonna go. I'm gonna sit here and walk, and while my boss walks away, when I want to make my boss think I like him.
I was the
Fucked up.
smoker's wingman for a long time, whether I was out at a bar or just to go out and like rap with the guy because he didn't want to go out. But it'd be like 15 degrees and he'd smoke, and I'd go out and talk with the guy.
I love it. You're the drinking coach and the smoking
And the smoke,
wingman.
but also like my move to stay to keep the buzz and not get drunk, where I could keep my wits about me and my faculties, was I would go out in the cold in the middle of a drinking binge, and it would wake me up. You know what I mean? It would knock the drunk right out of you, almost like
It
jumping in the
does.
water.
Yeah, you're right. And then you go back in and you're like,
And
I
you go
want,
back in and
give
you're,
me a fucking beer, and you
yes,
have
it's
a
all
big
your,
one.
is the best. I still do it to some extent.
We've
John
got
O'Reilly.
so off topic.
Well, if people
Sorry.
enjoy this conversation, we're talking about Depp. We bring it back to Depp and his Dr. Feelgood and Dr. Kipper cleaning his lungs, and how a guy like, that's how it started. We talk about how a guy like, if you can throw money at the problem, is it a problem?
Exactly.
Homoerotic. That was a drop.
That was a
That
drop.
was
They probably won't even know if they're listening.
John O'Reilly says caffeine and weed together is a pretty good combination. That's an interesting. They cancel each other out.
Caffeine and the cigarette is amazing.
Yeah.
The tea or coffee and cigarette, a scotch and a cigarette. Holy shit, scotch and Coke. Well, I'm a Pepsi guy, but fucking amazing.
Hooper says he hasn't had a drink in 28 years. He'd be lost without weed. Huh. Babe Lewis says, I'm enjoying this conversation. You guys are very real. You guys rock. Bond equals beloved, says Babe Lewis. Wow. He put you in sacrosanct
Wow.
territory with Billy West, KC, Beetlejuice, and Sour Shoes. Cape Trust, that's
It's a
tough.
shame Sour didn't come on the Radio Gunk show the other day. I was excited about that.
It's and the planning stage in Casey Armstrong's case, it truly is the thought that counts. You just knew, we knew the risk that he just is so unstable. He's so ghostly that you just know. I when we were planning this, I'm like, there's a 20% chance he's actually gonna come on and follow
Yeah.
through with this.
Yep.
And Casey actually is experienced in booking people, Bond. I mean, that was his job.
But that guy is completely different.
I know.
He seems like he might want to go to the toilet and then just decide to go to the toilet. Oh, I'm not going on the show. I'm just going to go to the toilet and sit on the toilet playing the keyboard for 10, 20 minutes. You know, he's
You ever wonder though how much of his thing is shtick, and that he can get away with
so
being so
much.
99.
eccentric?
I just
Go
want
ahead,
to hear him
Sarah, sorry.
talk normally. If someone comes to the door and delivers a package, if he just goes, hi, oh, thanks, you know,
Yeah.
like a normal person.
Yes.
I wonder.
Like high pitch
No one
Eric
knows.
has been known. That's
Oh, well,
high pitch.
Casey would know. We could ask
Yes.
Casey.
So when you get the tact of, you get the eccentric pass, right? You have no accountability. You can just bail on anything all the time, and it's just chalk it up to being an eccentric goofball.
Oh, that's just what he does. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Gina Bobina says, thanks for sharing, Bond. Thank you, Gina, for gracing us with your bulbulience. Sarah, I love you, Bond, says Cape Trustee. They have roadblocks. They have roadblocks. I told you, Sarah, the Costco roadblock story that I on a New Year's Eve.
And you never should have been in that situation in the first place.
I wasn't drunk. I was perpetually buzzed, but I knew I'd be
okay.
over
So
the
you were
limit.
drunk. So you were drunk. Okay.
I told you I deserved a heavyweight on my license.
Can you imagine the stress? You know, Think about this. The stress you go through every week putting this show together, what would happen if your car was towed? You were
I know.
thrown in jail for the night. You would flip out.
One D week can ruin your life pretty much for 10
Yes.
years. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You know. Well, that's part of the drinking coach. I also think that I'm a conspiracy theorist, and I'll move on at this. I think that society doesn't want solutions to drunk driving. They want you in the system. They want you driving drunk. They want your fine money. They want to tow you. They want your court money. They want you paying for lawyers. They want you to fuck up. If they did, they'd have
As
more public transportation.
as someone who works in that field with the police, yeah, and someone who benefits from tax money, absolutely. I would love your tax money. So run those red lights, don't hit anybody, but get a
Thank you, sir.
ticket. We don't want you driving drunk and killing people and having us having to respond to the scene where I have to scrape someone's face off the cement
Oh,
or put a white sheet over a body. So no, we don't want you in the system, with a Dewey. No, thank you.
They don't want. They don't want fatalities. They want you, and in it, they want
No,
a
we
just
no, we
to be
want you
pulled
to get a
over and you're.
ticket. I'll
Yes,
go with
yes.
that. Pl-
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying
I'm
fatalities.
and I shouldn't say we. I say I do because that helps my salary. But get a ticket, don't hurt anybody, but please don't drive drunk. Thank you.
Hooper
yeah. Are
says
they
picture
still?
Bon. Go ahead, Bon.
Oh no, no. Sorry,
No, you go. You go.
you could. I was just. Sarah, are they still using a white sheet to put over the body when they're dead?
Yeah, when it's in public.
Isn't that
Yeah.
interesting? You think you'd use a
Yeah.
black one because if
On a
it's
str-
blood all
on a
over it, it'll seep through the white.
Yeah, on a road, you can't put up a tent like you can when you find a body in someone's yard. This
Mm-hmm.
isn't dark, but yeah, they have to use a sheet just long enough for the expert to get there to transfer the body to the correct vehicle.
Daniel Carver working for that'd be a ideal job for him, Sarah. Right?
Mm-hmm.
White
Kylo,
sheet.
no, I'm not an EMT, but I've been to scenes. I'll just say that I have been to scenes, and it's not fun.
This Foster's comment about Foster's cans,
You
that
see
is the
that?
worst beer here. Do you guys consider, what's your worst beer? Like
It's called the
Budweiser?
oil
Is that,
can here. It's called the oil can. The worst beer here is probably what Milwaukee's best, Schlitz, the like Colt 45, Cobra. It's
yeah,
like
the
a
lager
malt
sort of,
liquor.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
yeah.
lager, yeah. This is the same. We don't, most people, unless you're like just white trash, I guess the Foster's is just
It's
revolting.
expensive here because it's imported.
Yeah, it's amazing how it's so famous over there. It's
Yeah,
amazing.
it
Yeah,
is. It's
it's
actually
just such a boring beer though. Like the taste,
oh, it's
there's,
overrated definitely. But people love to say they drink imported beer here. They love it. They love the cachet with it.
It's all
I think
disgusting.
like I think they hate Heineken over there, wherever that is, Germany or wherever it's made. Can't
Heineken's
even remember.
overrated.
It's Swiss or something, isn't it? Maybe I guess. I think they think there that it is crap as well. They say, "Oh, we don't drink that. We don't like it." But I drink Heineken. When I drink Heineken. It's like it's all right. Yeah, it's pretty good compared to
Gung,
Foster's. It's a lot better.
Gunga Din says, "I got a lot of respect for you, Bon."
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, good, great supportive group here. We have the best
Somebody
of the
wrote a good
best.
one. It's like we're all sitting in a church. Who wrote that just a bit earlier? I thought that
This is
was
an AA meeting.
Well,
Amy.
no,
Yeah, it's fucking
I
funny.
can't be in a church. My skin would be bubbling if I was in a church, so it's not a church.
Ah, you're the Antichrist, then I guess.
Some would say, my co-host would say.
G Canada taking another shot at America. He goes, hey, you guys are crazy. The USA is a 21 law. Unfortunately, you also have the highest percentage of alcoholics in the world. How does that happen? 21 does not work. It's been proven. You can be sent to war at 18. Yeah, G Canada, we have a little gun problems,
I
and
think G Canada's jealous that he'll never be
are you?
America. Canada will never be America. Sorry.
He's right there. We are doing something wrong. If those numbers are true,
Every
I trust the
country's
statistics.
every country's doing something wrong. We get more attention because we're the best.
Texaho writes, I once did a line of coke before work. My legs started shaking uncontrollably during my morning commute. I felt like such a loser
Oh,
pulling into the convenience store to buy a beer at 7:45
oh
a.m.
my God.
I appreciate your
Wow.
honesty, Texaho, but we've all been there. I've had binges on that level, believe me.
If you're
So I'm no
snorting
better than
coke,
you.
you'd buy the beer. If your leg was shaking, I don't understand that. They had coke and then their leg was shaking, and a beer would like calm them down. Is that what the reason they got
That's what I'm
the beer?
thinking. I know nothing though.
Yeah.
Babe Lewis writes, Johnny, although an extremely nice guy, he looks used and bloated due to high alcohol consumption in the trial. True, but after the trial, he's starting to look better. I think he's coming down off. We think he's kicked hard drugs, Babe Lewis, is what I think. And that's the remnants of it. I think I've seen him drinking recently at those Jeff Beck shows. Like I said, I don't think drinking's his problem. I think it's the harder stuff. I'm just using an educated guess on what his inner circle said. Ida Greenfield says, I think everyone should be in a 12-step program.
For
That's
some
not
things.
bad. Group therapy, Ida, is I've been in group therapies where half of them were drinkers and some people it was just depression, people, mental illness with
Yeah.
drinkers, and you could learn a lot from people who have different
I need it.
modalities.
I have no substance issues, but I need it for my mental health probably. I know I do. Deal with things better.
Yeah, like when I was in rehab, I realized how with being around the other people in there all day and all night who were dealing with it, my problems was so less negative. They were telling me their shit, and I was just like, fuck. Fuck, that's so depressing. Like one girl was in there, and it wasn't about drugs. Like this place had some people who just needed what in Australia we call it respite. Do you call it that over there as well? Where you need a break from your situation. Yeah, and
sabbatical.
This girl was in there in a wheelchair, and her ex-boyfriend, this girl who used to be with her ex-boyfriend, thought that she was cheating on when she was with him. She thought this girl that I was in rehab was cheating on him, and she drove her over in a car on the road, and she had like broken legs and everything. And when she told me about it, I was just like, oh my fucking God, it's like a fucking murder. It's like attempted murder, and she went to jail, that woman, like for a year or so for whatever, attempted murder.
Only a year? Jeez.
Or more, probably more. I can't remember.
That was my moral of the Depp trial, Bon. Hell, I kept saying it over and over again. I love this cliche or adage or whatever. Hell hath no fury as a woman scorned. And that's what drove Amber Heard to do. When she found out she got cheated on, everybody glosses over it. The Rochelle Hathaway thing I bring up constantly, Depp's team did a magnificent job of keeping Rochelle Hathaway out of the trial and Depp's own philandering. But hell hath no fury as a female scorned. Amber Heard, that's when things went into high gear.
Yeah,
when she found out,
if I can't have Johnny, no one's gonna have Johnny. I'm gonna ruin his life.
Yep.
I'm gonna make him try and kill himself.
That's right.
She probably thought that he was gonna get so fucked up on drugs that he'd die before this or whatever.
And he's such a Luddite, she stole his phone and she's going through it, and there was this all sorts of, I think she might have even known who Rochelle Hathaway was based on him cheating on her with Vanessa. So when she saw that come up, she just went crazy. I have no doubt.
John, right? You got to do your Howard impersonation and read KIDS&ROCK's comment on the screen.
Kalarcha? This is a new one. Welcome, Kalarcha. I don't believe we've seen you yet in the chat. I would have definitely memorized that, unless you changed your name. Let me ask you a question. Did you stop drinking to win the love of your father? Because a lot of people I know stop drinking just to win the love of your father.
I mean, this fucking guy.
Oh my God, that Darth Kermit modulator.
I know.
That's contemporary Howard, right? That voice sounds very last 3 years.
Oh yeah.
That's
We
Alan
can't
Alda.
compete with Howard's intensity. That
Fun.
voice
When you get a
comes on.
chance, I want you to listen to two guys. I don't know if you know the actor Alan Alda.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Well, I mean, he
Dude,
hasn't been
he's
around for a while. I don't know.
he's
I don't assume that
famous.
everybody knows. I know.
Okay, you're right. I know what you mean though. He's
By
like
the way, he lives in
older
Howard's building.
generation.
Yeah, he lives in
Oh
Howard's building
wow.
too.
Oh,
He
I
sounds
Mash
fucking love
residuals.
him. I love him. I love him. But what about him? Tell me about
Sarah, he
him.
actually has a good career post MASH, like as a film actor, believe it or not. Like
Oh
he's got,
God, yeah.
but he and Howard have the exact same voice. So I think that
Oh,
Howard
beautiful
spent,
tones. Yeah.
yes, Howard spent his, I think, trying to imitate Alan Alda's speech inflection as time had gone
Yes.
on.
And wouldn't that be a fuck? I wish he could get Alan Alda on for an interview. Someone like that. I would love to have an interview with Alan.
Well,
Even
they're
if
friends.
Howard's
He's just never been on the
skilled.
show.
Yeah, even though Howard sucks, I wish he'd get some people like that on because Alan Alda could tell you stories about Hollywood. Fuck me.
I just want to hear how similar their voice is. I want to hear them talking to each other because you will not be able to tell them apart.
I will
It's
find a good clip of Alan and I'll do a comparison for you. I'll make a clip comparisons because you're right. You're spot on.
Sarah, I know you watch. Have you seen the? I know you know who Al Michaels, the NFL announcer,
No,
also
never
has
heard
a
of
lot of
him.
Howard tones in him as well. A lot of the shh, like the chiclet teeth slurring, over enunciating sch all the time. So those two I point to for the most part, sounding the most like him.
Hmm.
Alcohol and tobacco were the most. G Canada paid for my boyfriend of 10 years died of alcoholism. I'm sorry, Texo. I did not know that. I knew you had. I knew he passed away. I didn't realize it was alcoholism.
Shit. This is the problem. It's so hard to quit it without rehab. It's so fucking hard.
Rodney's all angry. He goes, how do these people know so much about stuttering fucking John? What is going on? I miss.
Go on Radio Gunk or on Twitter or Reddit. It's all over it. Like there's threads in Radio Gunk every day or so from all the usual suspects.
Yeah.
Which is
classic. Monique had the best term for it. It's a cottage industry now.
Yeah,
it's
it is
insane.
Oh,
insane.
It's just so fascinating seeing somebody so fucked up.
Can I tell my favorite Bert Kreischer story real briefly? I don't even remember saying that. Welcome, Crazy Robin. We haven't seen you in a little while. We miss you, Crazy Robin. We haven't seen Melvin in a while too. Where's Melvin been?
Yeah, Melvin was
any sightings in Melvin? Anyway, thank you, Crazy Robin, for dropping in. However long it is, we always love our Crazy Robin. Prescription and illegal drugs kill thousands of people. Smoking and alcohol kill millions and millions of people. So I'm going to leave it up to you two. You want me to go to Lily Rose, or do you want me to go right into the kids and Rock City Angels?
Let's get to the main topic.
There you go.
Do you want to save Lily Rose and fashion for Monique?
Sure.
Next week?
Oh, yeah, Monique.
Is she going to comment on the nepotism of it
fashion.
all? Anyway, we're going to basically that was all. Lily Rose is basically trying to put Depp's daughter is putting out this thing that she is not the nepotism's helped her just a little bit, but most of her success is on her own steam. And Ireland Baldwin has come out screaming at her. Lourdes Leon, Madonna's daughter, is screaming at her. It just started this rivulet of Nepo-baby saying, no, we got here because of our parents. Just own it and face it. And it's a very interesting little thing that's going around right now. And it's got people weighing in. Zoe Kravitz. They're comparing Lily Rose to Will Smith's daughter. Mm-hmm. That kind of level of it's going to be. It's a very interesting conversation.
It's interesting that none of them are really falling off the track, becoming drug alcoholics. None of these kids are doing that now. Isn't that interesting? You don't really hear any of. Either they're keeping it quiet or whatever. But they're I don't know. Maybe it's just that they're all realizing how much money they can make.
I heard this thing that the new generation, what do they call them, Gen Z, aren't as into drinking and drugs as the ones before them. that it's not a big
Yeah.
thing anymore. I heard
Maybe
that. I
it's
don't know
like
if I'm.
maybe they just want money and that's
Yes,
it. So
and
you, to
attention
get the money, you got to do the hard work.
and
Yeah.
attention.
Yeah. Oh well,
The-
they do get the attention now if they're a influencer, so to speak.
right.
They're just getting sent shit every day
Social
from
media is the
companies
new
and paying them
ecstasy.
thousands of dollars to do a little picture of them holding some pair of sunglasses, wearing some pair of sunglasses on Instagram. Their brand of sunglasses. Isn't that amazing? Imagine that, man.
I can't. It's
They're just getting
insane.
sent shit every day, packages with stuff, and then that girl, Laurie, what's her name, who went to jail? Her daughter, she's really big on
From
Full
Full House. Yeah.
Yeah, her daughter's doing it every day. They're shameless
Lori
about it as
Loughlin.
well. Every day or so, they've got pictures of them selling shit. Tchotchkes, as you'd call it, tchotchkes.
And the funny thing is, like Lori Loughlin herself wouldn't be able to do that, yet her daughter, who nobody knows, has passed her by in popularity, and yet Lori Loughlin herself would never even be launched on a show. You know what I mean? Like you just
You
know
know
her
who
from
the
Full
father
House.
is?
Oh God, tell me again.
I'm not going to pronounce it right, but Massimo. He's a designer.
Right.
He's like an internationally mega successful designer. They're doing fine.
They brought up Heidi Klum's daughter now, who admits that her mom and Seal she's not Seal's daughter. She's God. The original husband is a guy. Who is it? He's just a rich mogul, of course.
Old white guy.
Yeah, an old Italian white guy. And she got Ida Greenback says, I've been involved with 2 interventions. They're horrible and difficult. It's very tough to pull off an intervention, a successful one.
Oh, it'd be terrible. I haven't been involved in one, but an intervention, yeah, that's another.
Like, when are they going to go in and go, yes, immediately? Yes, you are right. I have a problem. I am willing to go along with anything you say. Yes, just lead the way. There's no resistance in 3 minutes. They go, yes, I'm good. Thank you. I didn't realize that.
Especially
of course
if
they're going to
you're
push
dealing
back
with someone who's aggressive and is doing stimulant drugs like that. If they're addicted to speed and shit, and they're alcoholic as well, danger.
I got to call an audible here. The new queen of Costco size queen hot dogs, Monique from Radio Gunk. Everyone,
I gotta look at myself for a second.
Guess who?
Oh, it's Mon.
Hi.
Sarah, say hi to Monique.
Oh, is that who that is on the far right?
She's Betty, that's Depp's mom. We were just talking about pathos and addictions, and Bond was being very honest with his alcoholic past.
Went deep for
we went really
hour.
deep.
I told a whole story.
What kind of story? Tell me. Cliff note.
Oh, yeah.
It's very involved.
I was in rehab and all this stuff.
Really? How old were you?
Oh, in 2018. So I told the whole story. You can scoot through it later. But we had a good chat, and everyone in the chat was talking about issues and things, and we covered it. Became like The View sort of thing, didn't it?
Yeah.
We had the chat coming in and talking about.
It brought up Jackie groping you.
Let me ask John, how did you feel about him getting sober? Because I know that you're an alcohol coach.
Drinking coach. Yes.
Yeah, drinking coach. That's come up a few times already.
So how does that rectify itself? With how does that?
We were talking about how much you can throw money at the problem. So we brought up Depp. Obviously this is a Depp podcast. We brought up how Depp can get away with it because he has drivers and people looking out for him and handlers. And we compared Affleck to Depp, how Affleck is kind of reviled as a slob, but he and Depp have the same addictions, and Depp's charisma is so strong that they have the exact same problems. But people have empathy and sympathy for Depp for the way he sort of acts, with the general public, and Affleck is thought of as a maniac.
Yeah, but don't forget that Affleck has won Oscars and has written and produced and directed, and I feel like
you're
Johnny
right.
Depp compared to him is a little bit more two-dimensional versus Ben.
I mean, Depp's been nominated for stuff, but you're right. Like Affleck has like a lot of these artistic, and people just don't care. Like they forget his artistic achievements in the industry, from Good Will Hunting to Argo, and I don't know what it is that Depp's charisma usurps anything artistic that Affleck's achieved.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't. Yeah, I'm coming into a conversation completely like.
No, it's just. But we just talked about addiction,
at
and
9:40. But I'm just curious how you handled Bond's reveal. I mean, is it something that you're okay with? Because I try to be sober curious, but I'm not really. I try to do a good job at it these days.
Well, I remember John saying years ago on a Radio Gunk podcast that he doesn't trust anyone who doesn't drink.
Yeah,
which
most
people.
I know.
Because
there's something.
You're not meaning it like
there's
that.
There's a creepy undertone.
They're holding back.
They're making up for something. Yeah. Something's missing. That's why. They don't know how to have fun. They don't know how to.
I'm just reading the comments.
Yeah,
and,
they're afraid to let go.
I kind of am adoring that I'm not in control of anything right now, and I can just sit here and be like,
it's nice to not multitask, right?
Yeah, I like being a lummox on the side here. So tell me what we're talking about with this Nepo-baby.
I'm going to read thing. Lily Rose Depp is Depp's daughter. She has got into model. Her model is Vanessa Paradis from France.
I don't being under here either. It just bothers me.
She was a Chanel model.
Yeah.
So Lily Rose is going around saying, I've become this person on my own steam. My father kind of got me in the door, but his name doesn't really mean anything. I'm earning all these jobs.
Right.
And we were talking about you before you came on. We thought this is going to carry over to next week. And I would say Monique's going to give us insight into the contemporary industry. And Sarah verified this too, that you can't be a big name model anymore because you can't be Tyra Banks anymore. You can't be Christy Turlington anymore. You have to have a name, and they don't care about the other stuff. You're obviously someone in the industry, right? You can't be a supermodel anymore. Isn't it dead?
So I highly recommend anybody who cares to see how it is evidently aware of how the modeling industry works right now is to go look at the spring summer Balenciaga 2022 runway show. So the way runway shows work basically is they're only like 10 to 15 minutes long. They just play some really cool music. A bunch of people walk down the runway. It's not even really a runway anymore. One of the shows they did was at the stock exchange. So everybody had to like line up their little folding chairs along where the ticker tapes are going and stuff like that. So anyway, the spring summer 2022 show for Balenciaga was models. And a normal model, if you walk down 7th Avenue in the Garment Center, is like 6 feet tall, maybe 110 pounds, is literally, and the reason they use girls like this is because they are hangers. They're meant to be hangers. They're not meant to be looked at. They're not meant to be fawned over. They're not meant to be, beautiful girls. They're hangers. And so true designers will use hangers. When you get into, so the Balenciaga thing, it was hysterical because so you see all these models come out, models, and then all of a sudden there's Naomi Campbell, who always looks amazing, even though she fluffed up a little bit. And then comes, what the hell is her name? Who was married to Tom Cruise? Kidman. Nicole Kidman.
Right.
And then walks out Kim Kardashian. So,
who's 5'2", right?
At best, on her best day.
Well, this is exactly you just got, and I'll let you go.
So you
Lily Rose is 5'2". Lily Rose
so
Depp
you
is
look
5'2".
at these people and you're like, what the fuck is she doing there? Like, why is she even part of this? And it's because they wanted the name. So they bring out Nicole. who's really not a runway walker? I mean, people learn how to walk the runway. This is their job. It's their only job. So when you bring somebody in who's really not a model, I mean, they're just
Right.
not models. They
Right.
use them to fit a narrative and to fit the, ooh, who's here? Who's guest
Yeah.
starring today? Who's
Yep.
going to be the big star of this? And back in the day, it was like Linda Evangelista and Christy Turlington and Naomi Campbell and all that, and Cindy Crawford. And if you had them in your show, it was like you had a big name model. Now you
Let
just
me
have
ask you this: you can't be that anymore. Like, how did Emily Ratajkowski stand out? It seems
not
like
a model.
she's the only. Oh, she's not considered a model.
No.
Oh, I thought she was a model for. Okay.
She's
How-
not a model. She's she got naked in a video and became successful.
Oh yeah, the Robin Thicke thing, right? I mean, that was before. You're right. You're
Be
right.
honest. She, and there's a very big difference between, and we're talking models. There's face models. There's, cover of Vogue models. There's runway models, and none of these girls are runway models. None of them. And it's just something that they do to give cachet to the walk. That's all.
Who's the last contemporary model that the layperson would know?
Anybody in the Freedom 90 video? If you weren't in that video, I don't know your name.
Right. So after that is when they started to bring in actors, actresses. Actually, I'll tell you something weird is that, like, this Depp chick, she's very much in the Kate Moss of people. Kate Moss, when she first came out, I think she's maybe like 5'7". Maybe she might even be a little shorter than me. And I am not cluelessly pontificating BL, whoever the fuck you are. I've worked in this industry for 25 years, asshole.
Obviously, I was in the Garment Center for a very long time, and I've mentioned this a million times.
Of course. Thank you. Thank you for sticking up for me.
Oh my God. The drop.
I totally lost my train of thought. I should never look at the comments on somebody else's.
No, you're talking about modeling and height and.
So right.
Kate
So
Moss.
when Kate Moss came along, the heroin chic thing was really, really cool, and she personified that. But she's also very short, so she wasn't really somebody that anybody would use for a really, really long time until Calvin Klein started putting her into underwear ads, and then she became really, really famous. And she's in that realm of things. And people used to kind of snub her, like, you're a tiny person. You're not one of us. And that's what all these people are. They're not one of them. So, yeah, so people get a little angry and, this is what they work their whole lives for. I will say that Cindy Crawford's daughter, who is, I don't know, she's got to be like 5'10", 5'11". And if she weighs 90 pounds, it's a lot. And she's beautiful and she walks the runway gorgeous, but the rest of them,
monster.
Let me read this. So I can't believe what you just said, because this model, and if you know her, you're better than me. She's an Italian model, and her name is Soretti. Shit. Let me read where this starts. Okay. Lily Rose said, the internet seems to care a lot about, this is Lily Rose talking. The internet seems to care a lot about this stuff. People are going to have preconceived ideas about who you are and how you got there. I can definitely say that nothing is going to get you the part except being right for the part, Lily Rose told Elle magazine, claiming that the term Nepo-baby or Deppo-baby, it's too perfect to pun that out, is mostly used against women. The internet cares a lot more about who your family is than the people who are casting you in things. But maybe you get your foot in the door, but you still just have to get your foot in the door. There's a lot of work that comes after that, and I do the work. I can tell you that there's no way. So this Italian model reads this, and her name is Vittoria Soretti. Vittoria Soretti. While many of us are shit, she writes, Italian model. Soretti is not having it. While Soretti has appeared in multiple international Vogue covers, works with brands like Prada, Versace, and Chanel, did not call out Lily Rose by name, but everybody knew who she was talking about. She said, I see people like, say, Nepo-baby, and could have lasted through the first 5 years of my career if I was a Nepo-baby. I easily could have. I just want to share a thought here because I can. I bumped into an interview, so-called Nepo-baby, or whatever you're calling it now. She began her Instagram stories, and she was giving us her sob story. While Soretti conceded that Nepo-baby in question was probably facing rejection, the model pointed out that their privilege and family connections would cushion any blow they could have. You could hear, tell me your little sad little story, and even at the end of the day, go cry on your dad's couch in a villa in Malibu. But how about not being able to pay for your flight back home to your family in Italy because you didn't get a job, waiting hours to do a fitting casting just to see a Nepo-baby walk right past you from the warm seat of the Mercedes with her father's driver and their
fuck.
friend's assistant taking care of their mental health while she suffers. She continued, you have no fucking idea how much it takes to make people respect you on your own. It takes years, and you just get a free pass one day. The model concluded, I have many Nepo-baby friends whom I respect, but I can't stand listening to you and your ilk compare yourself to me. I was not born on a comfy, sexy pillow with a view like you were. I know it's not your fault, but please, please, please appreciate and know the place in which you came.
Yeah, okay. Well, tell that to
No.
Wolfie Von French Fry. Tell that to, that other Kardashian child. Tell that to
Yeah,
anybody
Kendall
whose
Jenner is who
father
she got
played in a
compared to.
band. Tell that to anybody who has been able to. Tell them to Ivan Reitman's son. Tell that to anybody who has
Jason
been able
Reitman.
to use a name that they have to get a foot in the door. To
You
just
forgot Maud Apatow, Monique.
Maud Apatow, another perfect example. No, you're so right.
Willow
Oh my
Smith.
God.
All of them, all of
They
them.
were
So
comparing her to Willow
this is
Smith and
nothing. This is
Zoe
nothing
Kravitz.
new. I think what the difference is, though, is that these girls aren't meant for modeling in the purest sense of the term in
Right.
terms of runway. So that's why they kind of look at them like they're lesser than. Who's the two girls? Bella and Gigi Hadid, right?
Yes.
So if you look at Bella Hadid, okay, so let me just show you this really quickly. Hopefully you'll be able to share this. Give me a second. I'm going to share a screen.
By the way, Madonna was phenomenal.
What? All right, hold on. I want to see if I can share this with you guys. Give me a
While
second.
you find that, can I
I
play
got
a video of Ireland Baldwin commenting on all this?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Unless
And
you
she's
want to play this
smoking
first.
hot, the Baldwin.
Okay, here
Okay.
she is.
This is Bella Hadid before.
Okay.
And then she got her nose done, her lips done, her eyes done.
Oh my goodness. Go back and forwards.
She
It's
got
all-
everything done
oh.
so that she could now be
Oh.
the model that she is. This is what she looked like.
Oh, she's
Wow.
just so
Getting work done.
gorgeous with or
And she got more
without.
work done.
Oh
Then
my
she
goodness.
got more work done. Then she got more work done. And
I
now
don't
voila,
know.
model. So, it's just one of those things that
The nose is not done well. It's too much. Yeah.
listen, she's extremely popular and she gets to walk everything.
Can we get all Monique and all the chicks in the chat to can we go back to when she was young and just can everyone tell me what the problem with that nose was when she was young?
She just looks ethnic. That's all. She's her
Yeah,
father's
really?
daughter. She just
I think
looks
she looks
ethnic.
better there too. I think she looks great there.
Oh yeah.
That's just
I
my
didn't
opinion.
even think about the nose. I wouldn't
And that's
even,
the before.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think she
And
looks
then-
great there. I think she looks way better and real, and they're not going for that though in that industry.
No,
I
it
don't know
doesn't
if
matter
I
anymore.
know, but if someone showed me just the after picture with plastic, I don't know if I'd know that it was a nose job, but I guess maybe a lot of people would. I don't know.
Monique, how about their modeling fees? Is that all based on Nepo-baby name as
One-
opposed to just what
I
would
don't
they
think
used
so.
to
I
get?
think that what happens is you get that name in because you want to you want that cachet.
Sure.
It's just a draw. It's just a draw. And you know what? If you shut this down right now, I'm gonna I'll pull up in a second, just so you guys can appreciate. Is this behind the paywall or no?
No, this is on YouTube.
Okay. I'm just gonna show this to you so that you may appreciate. Spring, summer, 2022, and this will just give you, how funny it is to See the stupidity that is these shows. Oh, sorry. It was the Balenciaga 51st collection. My bad. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to scroll right to the point you need to see. So hang on a second.
You know what? I'm a spoiled New York girl. I admit it.
Oh, I hate you so much. More than. Okay, it's coming. Give me a second. 5 seconds. You're going to die.
Thank you, Ida Greenbacks. That's Shakespeare. Yes, I should have known that. We're talking about Hell Hath No Furies of Female Scorn.
Okay, here we go. So this is the cachet that is. Tell me when. Hold on, let me share screen.
I can't believe they called it heroin chic. I just forgot about that. Isn't that disturbing?
Okay, tell me when.
Okay.
Okay, so this is. Let me lower it just in case this is somebody's music.
Take the chat off the screen.
All right, tell me
I
when.
love the way Sarah talks.
That's Liz Cheney. January 6th.
You got it? Okay,
Yep.
Here we go. So they had this older woman who I guess used to be a model. So she comes walking out. This is Dua Lipa coming out. She's obviously not model size. She has thighs, even though she's gorgeous.
So does
But
Lily
she
Rose.
is not model sized. So this is when this is the very end, right? So it's only like 3 minutes left in the show. Okay, then here comes the
This
one.
is Monsoon, everyone. That's Monsoon.
This is Bella Hadid strolling in with this ridiculous outfit. So it's all the cachet of having all these like superstars at the end of the show.
It doesn't look right. It looks so weird.
And
that
she's
outfit.
okay. So here comes Kim. Watch. Look, little dumpy fucking pumpkin. Kim.
She's not
5'2".
even walking gracefully the way you're supposed
She's
to.
not even carrying this outfit well, and so this is her modeling Balenciaga.
And
Okay,
she's
here
getting
comes
paid
Nicole.
more than the other models, right,
Nicole
Mooney?
like a giant.
Oh my god!
See, so do you see the way they walk? Do you see the
Yeah.
way this is like so not? She's like wrapped in fucking aluminum foil.
And she needs a tan so
Oh
badly.
my god. It's just such a weird walk. It's just like no stride to it at all. And it's like so serious and so fucking pretentious. It's ridiculous.
When was this? Was this recent? Was this
4 months ago. Here's
my
Naomi looking like the queen that she is. See, so they backload the people that are like, hey, I may not be a model or I may be a model, but
you're right.
I'm badass.
There was one a month or so ago. Paris Hilton walked out at the end.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, and everyone was just like, "What the fuck?"
Look at this
So I guess-
ridiculous fucking garment. She can't even get through the door. I think actually that's a guy, by the way, just so you know.
Oh, it is. You're right. What does this cost, Monique? What is the cost for
Of
that?
what? The dress, the show?
Yeah. No, the dress. Sorry, the dress. What do you think that would cost?
Look at this one. Look at this ridiculousness.
Oh my fuck! It's a dude. I guarantee you, that's a dude. Anyone?
Don't be gender specific on YouTube.
Yeah, that'll get us banned.
Look how ridiculous that is. It's just so funny to me that this is fashion. Oh, that dress probably easily 30,000. This probably about 50,000.
Oh my god!
This probably took months of 100 little Italian ladies beating stuff.
Oh my god! I can't
even
believe
make
it
it down
costs
the
that
walkway.
much.
Look at this.
I'll buy a box of hefty bags for $10 and make that.
Crazy. So this is the way shows go. This is what they do, and this is so emblematic of how it works. And if you just go back just a snurch, you'll see the thinness and the ridiculousness that is an actual model is what's on display.
That's
here.
Kanye West, I bet you.
Wait until you see a guy who's going to come walking up like momentarily. But look at the waistline. Look at the waistline on this guy.
He's got the Marilyn Manson.
Yeah, you got
the waist.
eyebrows.
Great walk.
This is it. I could actually watch this for hours.
Oh my god, I can watch these all night.
Look
I
at them,
love
they're sitting there. Why are those groups sitting? The four.
So if you saw this from the beginning, you would see that like right at the front, you'd see like Anna Wintour And look at this guy.
Oh.
Look at this guy. Look at this.
Wow.
Look at this.
Oh my
Look at this.
God!
Look at that
no,
waistline.
I don't know what is going on.
What are they
that
selling here,
waistline.
Monique? Like, who's the market? Like, who is this for?
Yeah,
Like,
this is
who's buying
incredible.
this?
Isn't that insane?
Well,
Seriously, it's absolutely insane.
Who's the market, Monique? Who are they marketing this to? Who's buying this shit?
So
yeah,
the
Who's
waist.
this
what's-
for?
Look at this
Look
waist.
at this.
Look at this
This
waist.
is
I miss Marcus
creepy.
Schenkenberg.
Oh my God, right?
Oh,
So
Forgot about that
something
guy.
like this. Okay, this is not a
There's
human
something
waist
not
in
right.
any
This
world.
is emaciated.
You
This
can-
is-
you can-
with those people, Monique, who are they? Are they the people that created it, that own the label?
No, this is all fashionistas. This is all like
But why are they
influencers,
sitting in the
magazine,
middle?
Vogue, couture, everything.
But those certain people, 5 of them were sitting in the middle. Anyway,
So anyway, if you
it
go
doesn't
back
make
to
any
like the
sense.
very
Oh my God!
Where's Mark Vanderloo? I know I'm old, but I need Schenkenberg and Vanderloo to soothe my soul after this
no, that doesn't.
atrocity.
That's not really the. That's not really who walks
no.
anymore. It's just
And
not.
what music is playing?
Well, I know
Yeah,
I'm old.
do
I
they
know
have
it's not
music?
1990 anymore.
Fermais les yeux
Hold
et
on.
je pensais à toi.
There's no
Je t'aime.
music.
Look, no, it's coming.
Je t'aime depuis longtemps. Je t'aime
This
depuis tout le
is
temps
fucked
peut-être.
up. I've never seen this
Je
before.
t'aime de tout mon être.
But don't you ever see the
Tu
way
étais
Kim
là,
dresses like this
Quand
all
ma
the
mère
time?
repassait,
In like solid
Tu étais
black
là.
rubber
quand le chagrin me dépassait.
with a pair of boots.
Je n'ai pas dû le courroux.
Fucked up. It's
Tone Cop wants a remake of George Michael's Freedom music.
It's kind of insane. This is fashion today. Whereas it used to be just runway.
if they've got the mask on for some reason, I like
Oh,
that
because
more.
because you're supposed to look at the clothing, not at the face.
Yeah, I like that more. I like that.
That's
So look at the clothing, not at the face. But then at some point, it starts to reveal, and then that means that it's somebody that you should know, whether it's from popular culture, from look at this. This is fucking insane to me. It just when I saw this the first time, I was like, what the fuck is that? It's just craziness. And
Monique,
so,
there's got
it's
it.
crazy.
Do they care about who's buying this? Who is this for? Like, who?
so
what
somebody would
mess-
look at this and say, okay, I have to go to the Grammys. I'm going to like an award show. They'll call up the manufacturer and they'll say, this is something that I want to wear for the Oscars. They will say, what are your measurements? So they will take this and they will form it to fit that person that's going to, if you're a lesser person, then you just have to buy it and hope that it comes in your size. Usually only comes in like maybe 2 or 3 sizes, maybe. And you either have to fit in
So
it or
weird.
somebody has to send it out for you to retrofit it for it. It's just
Oh,
none of this
what?
comes in sizes. Nope, none of this is made until somebody purchases it. Nothing.
What do you do, Mon, with the stuff that has the dragging stuff at the back? How do you keep that
So like a
clean?
wedding dress, it usually bustles a little bit and you're able to kind of pull it into some sort of ball so that it will like button in or something like that.
But it must get dirty,
Look at
doesn't
this, look
it?
at that face. Okay, this guy is very popular in Balenciaga. He's very weird looking and he has like this weird hunch and he's in all the shows.
Kill
It's
that
just very
music, John.
weird.
It's really loud.
I'm not controlling it.
Oh, okay.
Look at that. So, it's just all so insane. It's just so silly and stupid. But yeah,
I
that's
love
what
it.
they do.
It's so weird. So they just, how long does this go for? Like, what is it? Oh, 15
15 minutes
sorry.
maybe.
And then
And-
they
and-
all stand up and just talk about
What do you mean?
it. All the people.
Oh,
in
no, no,
there
no, no, no.
What happens at the
No,
end
they
of it?
move on. So a show will happen, it's from 9:15 till 9:30. Everybody sits down around 9 and then the show starts and then everybody gets up and leaves and goes on to the next show because Fashion Week means that you have at least 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 15 shows to go to.
Let me
And
ask you this:
Yeah.
How do they pay these models, and are they all private? It's not a blanket fee, right? It's like your name is. They're not. Kim Kardashian's not getting paid what this broad's getting paid, right? I mean, they're
Kim
not.
Kardashian would do it for free because it's publicity and she is the face of Balenciaga or was.
Do they have a budget for this? Like that
Oh
they
my God,
distribute?
millions of dollars to do these shows.
Wow.
Millions of
I'm looking at Lily Rose's Chanel. This is what she's hawking. A bikini top, $800.
Yeah.
Top, Pants,
Oh my God.
$9,900 for pants. Pumps, $1,500. Chanel, this shit, jewelry, $9,250. Chanel, it's crazy. But this is what kind of markup, Monique? What does it cost to make a bikini top that's $1,000?
Can you show it to me?
Okay, hold on a second.
I've got to do my dog outside. It needs to wee, so I'll be back in a bit. Sorry to interrupt. I'll be back.
Okay, Bon. Here we go. Let's see if it. You see me scrolling?
Yeah. Can you show it to me? Can you?
This
Look it up?
is it. I have it on my screen. I'm looking
I'm
at
sorry.
it.
How much is it?
Okay, 8. Okay, these are the feeds for this
Yeah, I
all
got
that
it.
she's wearing. See this? So this is the visual.
Yeah, I got
She's
it.
on the TV,
Scroll down.
and
Look.
now the fees.
Okay. Who makes this?
Chanel.
Chanel. Okay. So is that bikini top embellished? I just need to see it a little bit.
I'm taking the chat off.
Thank you, Sue Monster. By the way. Okay.
So it has a little embroidery on. I would say at best that cost about $30 to make. At best, that's at the highest end.
So it's like
no bikini top I ever made that cost us more than $7 or $8 to make.
like a 20,000% profit on what I wouldn't. $30 is more than I even thought.
But who's buying it, babe?
I don't know who's affording this.
If
Who's
50
the
people
mass?
buy it, it's a lot. You know what I mean?
Okay, the watch $7,500. A watch.
Wow, watches are in high demand now. You can't even get a hold of a Rolex anymore because everybody wants them. That's what everybody's spending their COVID money on. Is watches. Watches are in high demand.
You see what she's wearing here?
Yes. So we have what? Plastic jacket, t-shirt, underwear, and a VR headset.
Jacket, $4,000.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
This is and what does the jacket cost to make?
Let me see it. What's it made of? I don't know. It could be leather.
Gore-Tex.
Let's go with its leather.
Okay.
So
Let's go with leather.
maybe like $200-300. But don't forget, most of these are like handmade and they're probably done in Italy, and some little Italian woman is sewing it in her back room of her house. So it's not like they are mass production done in China. This is all very, very haute couture. That's what it is.
The rings, $3,550.
Yeah, who knows? I don't know jewelry at all.
This is what she's talking, and this is what you're supposed to
Wait, look
relate
at the
to.
panties. Hold on. Wait.
Okay.
How much were the panties? Chanel panty. Lucille. No. Okay. Sorry. The sneakers are Chanel. Maybe those cost $30 to make.
They say $1,300.
Yeah.
Is what they're selling them for.
Maybe 30.
And her mom, so Vanessa Paradis was the Chanel model before this, and she won't acknowledge even that. It's a crazy thing she's trying to put out, that she's kind of making it on her own steam, and that's, you see what she's like.
She has no idea. I mean, listen, who's going to be exactly that same way is Heidi Klum's daughter. Okay.
Yes, but she's
short. She's a beautiful girl, but she's short. Heidi Klum is what, 5'10"?
Yeah.
Right. So maybe her daughter is 5'3", 5'2". She's a little girl, and with big, huge, humongous fucking tits. So, lingerie is perfect for her, but that doesn't mean that she should be on runway. And I can almost guarantee you there's going to come a day, not in the not too near future, where she'll be on runway.
But she has a perspective. She's in some of these articles going, she's crazy. I got here because of my dad is Seal, well, her stepdad's Seal, and my mom is Heidi Klum. She actually has a perspective over it. She's the only one that can't acknowledge it. It's kind of started this rivulet of people coming out and going, so here we have Ireland Baldwin.
This Lily Rose Depp.
So she goes on TikTok, and I fused together her commentary on. She has a huge. So she goes into a whole thing like I would got. My mom is Kim Basinger, my dad is Alec Baldwin, and I wouldn't have gotten anywhere for them. And she
hates. Okay, this is a girl who hates her family. She has made herself so ugly and so singularly unattractive as compared to who she used to be. She
Yeah.
cut off all her hair. She dyed it duty brown. She lives a normal life. She just married some dude who's like a nobody from nothing. She's incredibly trying to get herself away from who her family is. That's what this person is doing. I don't know what the fuck she's doing right now.
She's
Honestly.
moved to Oregon, Sarah. Is that Oregon hair?
Yeah. So she's just she looks Amish, for God's sakes. Somebody asked what ready to wear is. So ready to wear means exactly what you say. So that means that it's something that they've put into production. So the way a fashion show used to work is that they would have the haute couture and they'd have the ready to wear. And the ready to wear would be something that, like, say, the head buyer at like Saks or Bloomingdale's or Bergdorf's would be also sitting in the front row and would immediately say, I will take 60 of that or 120 of that or 12 of that. But you know that it's something that's available, so that now that it's in fashion, they would be able to get it within the whatever the allotted amount of time is. So that's exactly how they.
Are these models signed on a yearly contract,
No,
or
every
is it
one of them
gig,
is it's a
gig by
one of.
gig?
It's a one
Okay.
of. You know, you come in, there's a shit ton, there's racks of clothing, you know, a whole bunch of stylists and the designers are there and they look at the person. I mean, they have favorites, so they'll use a lot of people, the same people a lot of the time because they fit their clothing perfectly. But, you know, if somebody new comes down and Elite calls you up and says, you know, can you take a look at this girl? They'll try on some stuff, they'll see how she walks, and then they'll choose her. But if they get paid, you know, $250 an hour, it's a lot. $300 an hour, maybe top gets like 500, maybe 1,000. That's
But
it.
you're paid for the last name. What does Lily Rose get to hawk
It's the same
Chanel?
thing. She's going to take any job. She's in ads though too, so it's different. So she's in print, right? She's in commercial. I mean, she
Yes.
does like that whole
Yes.
thing. So they probably have her under contract. Absolutely.
And the last name is all they care about. I mean, it's impossible to not have a self-aware. And like they know her mom had the same gig. Vanessa Paradis was a Chanel model. She's also 5'2" or 5'3". So how that she was a singer first. So they used her as a singer to become a model back
She's a
in the
beautiful
90s.
girl, and it's different modeling. So it was more like face and commercial and this and that. But the runway thing is a completely different animal. A Lily Rose Depp at 5'2" has no place on a runway. None.
No. So this is Ireland Baldwin commenting on Nepo babies, and she has a much better perspective. Say what you will, she kind of gets it.
Really,
She looks like an angry lesbian, by
I
the
want
way.
to say a few things about this Lily Rose Depp Nepo-baby situation. Lily Rose Depp said she had to work really hard to get to where she is as a model, and it had very little to do with who her parents are. This model, Vittoria Soretti, she had posted her feelings towards this situation as someone who does not come from a famous family, who worked very hard for many years to become a model, and basically just said this girl has no idea what it really is like to work as hard as some of us have had to. As someone who comes from a famous family who pursued modeling, I want to share something. When I did my interview with the Red Table Talk, I specifically said, when I was talking to Willow Smith, I said I would never have become a model if it weren't for who my parents were. First of all, I think Lily Rose Depp is beautiful. I think that she's very capable of being a model, and she's proven herself in a lot of ways, but at the same time, you know, she's on the shorter side. They typically look for height. Height was never an issue for me. I'm very tall. But I look back at old photos from when I was looking at modeling agencies. Mind you, I was going to modeling agencies with my mom. My mom, who is a famous actress and model, who came from nothing and worked her way up from nothing to become an...
Yeah, by the way, what is Kim Basinger's origins? Is she from nothing? I don't
Absolutely a
remember.
model. Absolutely just a beautiful face. But again, not runway. She was just a beautiful girl.
I don't remember her as a model at all, Monique. I remember her just as an actress.
So before she got that role with what's his face in 9.5 Weeks, she was
Mickey
just
Rourke.
known as a really beautiful face, and so that's why they hired her for that.
Didn't she do print ads?
Hmm?
She did print, didn't she, in the early days?
Yes, she did.
She's
So, yeah.
70 now.
Wow,
that?
really?
I swear to
I
God, I
mean,
know.
you can see
I
her.
remember her being 6 years older than Alec was.
And agoraphobic. That's why you never see her.
That's right. When is
Interesting.
the last time? Has anyone seen her?
I'm
I
assuming her
haven't seen a
daughter.
picture of her recently at all.
I wouldn't even assume that.
So
Academy
I'm
Award
interested in what
winning
she has to say.
actress
Yeah, okay.
and a model. Let me just give you some real insider honesty here, okay? They're not there to see me. They're there to see my mother most of the time. They're just in awe of my mother's presence at those agencies, taking me to those meetings, you know? And when you're younger and you're kind of wrapped up in it, you're like, wow, this is so cool. You know, I'm in high school and I'm signing to an agency and I'm going to become this model. And you kind of lose sight of all of the other motives that those agents maybe have, or why they're really signing you. This is going to be a few parts because I have a few pretty interesting points to make. One of the agencies I actually visited with my mom was her old agency that she was with when she was young. And it was as if she was returning to like her old hometown or her like a high school reunion or something. Some of maybe the agents that worked there, if I remember, obviously worked there when she was there, or maybe knew the agents before that were there, and they were just like amazed at her presence. And I was so oblivious to it because I was just like, wow, you know, I'm signing to an agency. This is so cool. I'll explain is I moved from Los Angeles to Oregon, and I
Hear that, Sarah? Homegirl.
Great. I'm
She's-
proud.
You gotta be.
for many reasons. I had a bit of a breakdown of sorts during COVID, like most of us did. And I just got to this place
No,
where
I worked every day,
realized I
sorry.
just wanted to do something different with my life.
As opposed
I
to
just
what
felt like
were
my
you
life
doing?
hadn't really had any meaning for a
That's
very
right.
long time.
Zero meaning.
And it really did feel like I was booking these modeling jobs and getting these opportunities off of the backs of my parents, which I was. But I didn't want to believe that or realize that for a while. And I think like also just being in an industry that had, which I've spoken about this a million times, but being in an industry that had to just do with the way I looked and how I presented myself and my style and how I looked in public, and you know, it was exhausting. And you know, again, you see this all the time, but there's models that move from all over the world that come from, you know, come from nothing and have nothing, and that is their life dream, is to be in the fashion industry. And you know, I just got to a point where I was like, I do not want any of this as bad as some of these people do. And I just kind of needed to step away from it all. Um, and of course, in anything that I pursue and anything that I do in my life, people are always going to say I have what I have because of my parents, which is true. I wouldn't be where I am. I wouldn't have gotten where I am and been able to do what I can do if it weren't for my parents. And I think really where you go wrong is denying that. It's just the denial. It's just accepting that separates you, I think, like being able to just accept where you are and what you have because of your parents. You can continue to work hard.
Okay.
Isn't she just a filthy little pig, according to her father?
That's exactly who that is. That's you are a rude, thoughtless little pig. That's her. That's Ireland.
How many
grown up.
times can you say the same thing different ways? I don't care.
Is she right though, Sarah?
I don't know. I zoned out after the third time she said she owed
I knew you
everything
were
to
gonna
her
say that. I
parents.
knew you were gonna say that. Aren't you mesmerized by Ireland Baldwin like I am?
No, and her
I'm
horrible
so-
prison tattoos. No, I'm good.
Oh, right. Horrible, horrible tattoos. Here, so let's look at Ireland Baldwin, shall we?
My dog's
So
doing
you want to talk about why she's no longer a model? It's because she looks like this now. So I don't really know what her reason for even existing in our world. I don't know why she's talking about anything. I think that she's completely and utterly irrelevant and just and yeah, got exactly what she got from because of who her parents were. Period. Full stop. I mean, yeah, she's a tall girl though. I think she's like 5'10", 5'11", something like that. She's like a big girl. And maybe she would have gotten what she's got. I don't know.
I never saw
Was she
her at her peak.
agreeing? Was she not agreeing? Like, I'm not really sure where she was going with that.
No, she's telling her, no, admit that your parents got you. They want your last name and nothing more. There's no auditioning. You got it before you started. Your mom is Vanessa Paradis, who was the face of Chanel in the 90s. Your dad is Johnny Depp. They want your last name. Own it, admit it, is what she's saying to her. She's absolutely right. Everything she said was spot on.
But even Ireland Baldwin is older now. Like, it's not even like it was when she was coming up, because now they're just they'd put fucking, Lizzo into a fashion show
Yeah.
if you could fit into a rubber suit.
That's right.
You know what I mean? It
That's
doesn't matter anymore. They just don't care if you are successful at what you do. And yeah, you know what? If you want to be a model, and you're going to come up just the way anybody else does. If you want to be a director or an actor, you're going to come up just the way anybody else does. But if your last name, like somebody had mentioned in your chat, if you're like if your father did The Godfather, then yeah, you're going to get in first before.
Well, I should say, let's bring this back to Depp, Monique. The reason we're even here is Nicolas Cage, with the last name Coppola, got Johnny Depp an agent who got the role in Nightmare on Elm Street. So there would be no Johnny Depp if it wasn't for a Coppola getting him an agent for Nightmare on Elm Street. That's amazing you said that. It all goes back to Nepo babies or Deppo babies.
Nepotism is nothing new. It's just a matter of the degrees by which these people get noticed. That's all.
If you just own it, if someone just, yes, my parents are the reason I'm here. It's an easy road for me. I love this lifestyle. I have all the freedom. I get months off at it. If someone just said that once, stop acting like you're this everyone has to do that thing where they try to make it on their own. And it's a horrible look, especially when they find out, who it's just, nobody ever just owns it. It's crazy.
You know what I would love? Here's who I appreciate. I appreciate the person who maybe has two famous parents, and we don't know that kid. Maybe the parents kept them out of the public eye. Good for them. So we have no idea that you are the child of,
like Springsteen's son becoming a fireman.
Exactly. Okay.
Yes.
I wouldn't know him if I passed him in the street.
I know. I love that. Springsteen's son is a fireman.
Go a step further and take your mother's last name as your mother's maiden name as your last name, right? And then go out into the world and see how you do.
There's a whole bunch of weirdness with the Hudson family, like Kurt Russell and Kate Hudson and Oliver Hudson. It's like, what does the Hudson come from? But it's it's Goldie Hawn and Kurt Russell, and there's a kind of weirdness there.
Well, but their father was Hudson. The Hudson brothers, so that's not their father anyway. Kurt Russell's not. But
Kurt Russell is acting like he's more. They consider him more their father.
Well, they've been estranged from their father for decades.
Yeah,
I think he died.
They never didn't. Oliver never took the name Russell. Neither did Kate.
They probably should. They're both. They worship. They think Kurt Russell is their real dad.
Fine, but you know what? At that point, they could have, but they didn't. And I wouldn't know Oliver Hudson if I passed him in the street.
Thank you, Ida Greenbacks, by the way. I love this conversation. I love Monique. Look what Lily Rose started. Thank you, Ida. We love you too. We're going to have Ida on. She's going to talk about guns in school.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, for a Jumpstreet.
Good. Yeah, she was. Yeah,
she's a teacher.
She went through a lot with that shooting by her. So, yeah, I feel her pain. We talked about that offline.
So I'm
leaving though now. So I'm.
Oh, thank you, Monique, for stopping by. I had no idea. I did not want to. I hope I didn't infringe. Oh, by the way, before you go, please, you are now a size queen. Give us your hot dog experience at Costco, because believe it or not, John O'Reilly and Costco hot dogs come up in this chat very often.
Okay, that's scary. So it was my first time ever having a Costco hot dog. I became a member of Costco, and it was simply because I was getting a good deal on a garbage disposal unit. So I decided to use the money I saved on it and get a membership, even though it's about 35 minutes away from here, which is kind of far. and I dropped off my dog, and I was texting with Xavier, and I said, "Oh, hey, you know what? I forgot I'm at Costco. I'm going to try that $1.50 hot dog."
Why did you not have a membership until now? What
Because
the hell?
okay, so as you know, in New York City, there's really no Costco, or there
There
wasn't.
is one where I used to live in a place called God damn it, Borum Hill, not Borum Hill,
Wherever you're talking
Red
about.
Hook
Right.
under the bridge. It's shit. They changed it. Sunset Park. It's like the lower part of Sunset Park.
Right. So imagine so that you have to call 3 hours in advance to get your fucking car out. Then you have to drive through the
Yeah,
traffic,
you're
go
right.
through the BQE, go to the Midtown Tunnel, get on the
Yeah,
BQE, go there.
you're right.
It's never going to happen. There's one in Long Island City though, also, but it's still never going to happen.
Yep.
And if you're carrying tons of like toilet
Not
paper and
worth
stuff
it.
like that,
Yes.
you need your car. So anyway, and plus there's none in Pennsylvania, so there's only Sam's Club. So I decided to join, and I decided I would try the hot dog. And Xavier's like, "Oh, you should make a thread about that. People might be interested in that." I'm like, "Nobody's going to be interested in my hot dog thread."
Yeah, right.
So I just sitting there, and this thing is like tremendous. It's just, it's like not human
It's a
size.
meal.
It was a meal. As a
It's
matter of
called
fact,
a dinner frank, Monique. If you buy, I've bought the actual package. So they sell the 64-ounce package in the freezer, and I think it's $12, and it's called a dinner frank. I think it's the best hot dog there is.
I'm a Nathan Sabre girl, but I could understand the allure of the giant $1.50 hot dog. It was a little too much for me, just in terms of its overall size, not girth. I'm
Right.
just talking in terms of what I would normally eat for lunch. But yeah, I mean, it was a tasty treat. I like a little more snap in my dog. And I also like brown mustard, spicy brown mustard. I do not like yellow mustard at all.
They didn't have brown. I thought they used to have
No,
brown
they do
mustard
not
there.
have brown mustard. They
Okay.
have ketchup. I didn't understand how the fixins worked either, so I didn't know that there were other things you could have put on it. But I wouldn't have put relish or onions or any of that other stuff on there. I'm just not good with that.
And you'll not get it again.
Probably I wouldn't seek it out. It's not something I would do even for the price. Like I'm not really I'm not a big hot dog girl, so it's not something I would do. No.
So you're saying Diane Furstenberg and Lily Rose Depp have never eaten a Costco hot dog?
Gonna go with
Is that
that.
where
That's probably fairly accurate.
Please try the pizza. If you have anything on the speaking of bucket list, please try their pizza. I think I'm a pizza snob. I make my own pizza. I think it's underrated. Sometimes I just want to slum it, and I love a good $9.99 Costco pie.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
It's just different. It's just different.
Is it a cooked pie, or is it something you bring home that's like fresh?
Cooked. You can actually order it in advance too, and they'll have it saved for you.
But then by the time you get home, you have to reheat it, right? I mean,
no, it stays hot. No.
Yeah, I don't know from food. I mean, it's kind of like telling me to try the Swedish meatballs at IKEA. It's not something I've ever done, and I'm sure they're delicious, but I would never, I swear to God, in my lifetime of ever going to, and I did shit ton of business with Costco. I've never in my life thought to stop at the food counter at a Costco to buy anything. I just wouldn't do it. It's just not a food.
They had the frozen yogurt, which was I think it was $1.50, and that's phenomenal. I'm telling you, all that stuff. It's so good. It's fat free too.
I would never think of ordering that, eating it, nothing. It's just not something I would do. Sorry.
Just promise me you'll try the pizza next time. Just look at it and just try it.
I will try it for you, and I will make a thread about it.
Yes, you'll get a lot of hits on that thread.
You have to buy a pie, or can you buy a slice?
You can buy the slice is $2. The pie is $10.
Fine, I will try a slice. I will not commit to a pie.
Okay.
But I will try a slice with a soda. And how much is the soda with that? Does that come with the soda?
I don't know if it's packaged with this. I think it's shit. I think it's $2.50. I don't know if it's packaged with the soda like the hot dog is.
So anyway, I wasn't going to come on tonight. I have on like my sleepy time pajamas.
You didn't cut your dinner short for this, did you?
No. I came home, I walked the dogs, and I got on my iPad, and I saw that you had just spit out the name Lily Rose Depp and Monique, and maybe we'll save it for another day. And I was like,
oh, okay.
Well, fuck it. I have nothing else to do. The dogs already pee-peed and poopied. So I came into my serial killer basement to come say hi. That's it.
I love you. Have a Google alert for your own name. It's just- you, Shuli, and Beth.
Yes, that's me. All right, but I love you guys, and have a good rest of your show. I love that most of these people on the side here are friends of our
Yeah,
show
you-
as well,
you
except for that
definitely
one
know.
douchebag. But whatever. I don't know. People are weird. All right, I love
Thank you,
you.
Monique.
All
Thank
right,
you. We love the cameo. Thank you.
bye
I'll see
guys.
you Monday. Yep. Sarah, you with us?
Yep, I'm here.
On?
He's still away.
You still away?
Let's start the music.
You want to start the music?
Yep.
Let's get your opinion, Sarah. What we'll do something we're done. Let's do because I'm in that's Dan Marino, by the way, with Depp, and that's when the kids did a charity show. G Canada, R meets nothing but hot dogs, Walmart fried chicken, and triple Y. G Canada, as much as I love all that stuff, I don't eat that every day. I would say I have the triple Whopper twice a year. Twice a year. Walmart fried chicken 3 times a year. Costco hot dogs once a week.
And
not-
Sue Monster and Ida got lost. Their super chats got lost in the Lily Rose discussion. So thank
I said
you guys.
thank you to him.
Well, I'm saying it again. Thank you.
Yes. Can't say thank you enough. When he goes from Paris to Paris Fashion Week to Costco hot dogs in 1 week. That's very true. It's quite a dichotomy, Tone Cot. And the 20-ounce soda. John O'Reilly, the I like the have you ever had, Sarah? I know you love iced tea, the raspberry Lipton
sure I
iced
have.
tea at
Mhm.
Costco. That is the best. That's my favorite.
I can't relate that. It's like an alien being going to Costco for the first time and seeing how the peasants live.
I can't
like
believe.
The hot dog is a splurge for me. That's a treat. I'm like, oh my God, we're going to get a hot dog. The only problem with the hot dog is you burp it up for 3 days.
Yes.
And it visits you sometimes the next morning.
You're so down to earth, Sarah. You're so down to earth.
And then I'm like, how can you not commit to a whole pie? What?
I know. Well, if you're gonna do it right. I don't know why you would. I don't know anyone who dislikes Costco's pizza. Do you?
No.
It's pretty
I really don't.
resoundingly successful.
I'd rather have a Costco pizza than all the I'll quote her, the fixins for a Thanksgiving meal. If my mother came home with a Costco pizza,
it's the best. They don't charge for toppings either.
Well,
so you can get an everything pie
for $10. It doesn't sound like they do, but
it's the best. It's so underrated. And I'm a
And the
pizza
chicken
snob. I make
bake.
my own. And the chicken bake, I make that too.
Mhm.
There's a Costco in Allentown, PA, says Cindy Clausen. She's not that far from there. No, she is. How far is York from Allentown?
I don't know.
Though Cindy won't be getting up today.
I don't go to Pennsylvania is like the enemy state for me.
Why do you? Oh, Steelers. Steelers versus Browns. Yeah. By the way, congratulations on Deshaun. Speaking of Depp, Depp cleared the way for Deshaun Watson to come back this week.
All right. However, he did that. Thank you.
Give me an over/under on his passing stats.
I don't know. He's going to be
250 yards.
No, I think there's going to be rust, but I think they're going to win because it's the Texans. But he's not going to be great this week. Oh well, no more sports talk. The people don't like it.
It's only 30 seconds of Deshaun.
I could talk for sport. I could talk sports for 5 hours. So we'll stop. Let's get to some music.
It's kind of half and half on the sports talk in the chat. I think some people love it, some people don't. Fine outdoor dining, Astoria, right to the East River. John O'Reilly knows everything about Queens and Northern Virginia. I love it. David, what? David's back. True, Babe Lewis. True. Have a good night. All right, Gunga Din. I will see you soon. Thanks for hanging out, sir. So now we're going to start what Depp did before he was an actor, and he was a rock musician. And Sarah, would you classify it as punk? Would you classify it as alternative rock?
It's not punk. It's not real punk. In my opinion, it's not alternative. I'm going to word it this way. They're trying really hard to be new wave.
It's tough for me to classify.
I haven't heard it in a while, so let's start it and then I'll tell you.
You want to do the MTV audition?
Yeah, whatever you want to play.
Okay. This is the Kids in 1982 doing a cover. This is them auditioning for MTV.
Okay.
So they made a video. They were going to send. MTV is now a new thing, and it's been the privileged, the privileged middle-aged, a middle-income family had their cable in the early '80s, but not everybody did. I know you didn't get it till later, Sarah. So this is the kids know the way to get signed is to have a video on MTV, and this is them auditioning.
Okay.
This is What I Like About You, by the way, cover.
And of course, this will be fair use
Yeah, it's
and
not it's them
transformative
doing it.
content. I know we're going to be effed anyway on
This
this.
this background they have, you see the MTV
Yeah,
sticker straight ahead. Now look at the button over it.
I can't read that.
It says the kids.
Oh, okay. Could have
So
said
it's
K-Rock.
them.
I don't know.
They put together this collage here of shit that would. By the way, it looks like a Portland Trailblazer, that '96 rock. That's like the Blazers, like in
The
the
font.
old school. Yeah, the font and the
Mm-hmm.
colors.
It's close.
See that video audition.
Yeah. Don't you miss VCR white noise? Oh, the kids. The kid too.
Now where's Depp in this, Sarah?
He is in the middle on top, right?
He's on the top right.
Top right. Oh, okay.
They all look. I mean, this got
I
a very.
can't. They got their little froze. I can't tell.
It's very New Kids on the Block punk. Like they really like this name. It's that so you see Bruce Whitkin is on the. He's in the middle.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's his best friend who
They're
you saw during the
Florida.
trial.
I'm seeing their Florida froze, and I
Yep.
can't get past it.
This is the band. Joey Malone, top left.
Oh,
Bruce
God.
Whitkin, middle. Depp is on the right. Bino Honti, who I'm friends with on Facebook, is on the bottom.
Because of course you are.
We're trying to get him on to speak about these times. I'm so obsessed with the early '80s Miramar, Florida, Fort Lauderdale scene. By the way, he opened for the bands, right? It's a pretty good list, and it's a pretty impressive list of bands that. So it's like REM, The Pretenders. I think U2 got thrown in there. Iggy Pop. I'm forgetting someone, but anyway, Iggy Pop is a pedophile.
Oh my God.
Do you know that story? How he's like out loud and proud about having sex with 13-year-olds in the
Okay,
70s?
if he has said that, then yes, I agree with you.
Depp's got to keep better. I got to tell you. And Brendan says this about Marilyn Manson. I have a really hard time with his friends. I really got to do. That's part of. I might take over his friends too. If I said picking the scripts,
Okay.
I might choosing his friends for him. I'll give you Stanhope.
Mhm.
You ain't the other ones. I'm gonna purge all these fucking creeps from his life.
Well, I'm handling fashion, so I'm going to dump all those little beanie hats he has.
Do we approve of Paul Bettany?
Yeah, he's okay. No coke though in the house. Oh my God.
Okay, this is something in I guess South Florida, Miramar. I think this is Fort Lauderdale. The Agora Ballroom. Apparently, this is April 3rd, 1982. Apparently, the place is still there. I think.
I was 4.
Nice brag. Do you know that you remember the original version and it's very poppy and stuff?
Yes.
How much hipper is this version than the one that you know?
It's not.
That's Bruce Whitkin. No, I'm sorry. No, Bruce is on the left. Our left, his right. That's Joey Malone. I think they all take turns singing at some point. They're all singing harmonies. Depp is on our right, his left, on the far side of the stage, looking down. Crazy Robin, hope it's better than Gary's audition at MTV. A tone cut. Sarah, you're a Gary expert. Gary's audition is it about 3 years? It's like
I don't remember
85,
when.
84. It's
I
a
don't
little bit
remember.
after this, right? It's definitely like right around this time. That's such a good reference, Tone Cot. Crazy Robin goes, yeah, it doesn't sound any different. It's really just like a cover band to me. I agree. They're not doing much to it. Okay, so now they pan over to Depp. As the drummer.
Is this like the official music video?
Yeah.
No.
There he is. So you see the pompadour with the Biohazard t-shirt, and he looks like he's like he's actually working out during this. Are these brown cigarette biceps and triceps he has here?
No, rolling cigarette papers. It can work the trides. I don't know, but
Okay. He's living with his sister at this point too, I might add. He's 19 here.
the problem with this is not a music video that even MTV would have played. Even at this stage,
No.
the music videos were better than this. You don't
Well,
play like
Go ahead, sir.
Bar bands weren't submitting their VHS tapes to MTV successfully. And the other thing is, Dorian Morgan said it too, it's a cover song.
Yeah.
You're not even presenting an original song that you've written.
I can't speak for how they were doing it. That might have been a thing. They might have cold called MTV, and they said to do that. And I said, okay, well, just submit us a performance of you in concert, and we'll do what we want. Like we'll craft you into a video if we like you.
Well, then
we
it
will
comes
figure
down.
out a way.
Then it comes down to you need to submit an original song. This is not.
They might have told them to do a cover though.
No, I doubt they told him to do a cover.
I don't know. They're very commercial. They're not looking to break anything there.
Were covers really happening then on MTV?
Not really. Yeah, here and there.
What?
I didn't know Manfred Mann covered Bruce Springsteen.
I don't even know what that is.
Blinded by the Light. That's a Bruce Springsteen song. So Manfred Mann covered it. There's a ton of them. There's a ton of songs that you didn't know were covered. But I'm thinking they just said submit something we know because they have not. You know what I mean? How do you think that works, Bond, when they're submitting MTV
Back
auditioning?
then, I have to sort of go with Sarah. I don't know. This is 83, isn't it, or 82?
82, yeah.
I'm not sure.
Crazy Robin says the Kids versus King Norris. Who wins?
You go back in time too. Do you really think MTV had a lot of rules and regulations for video submissions in 1982?
Probably not. But I think that this band claims that to have, oh God, John O'Reilly brings up Ken O'Brien versus Dan Marino in the same draft. I forgot about that. Good reference. I think they had a protocol to be safe, and there's just like, okay, we need to know what you're playing and how you can play. So we need to know the song. We're not interested in your original material until we see you do a cover. So
I think this is a very juvenile bar band who just submitted a cover because they really didn't have a lot of original material. I don't think MTV told them to do this.
They claim to have this band has deep artistic integrity. So I don't see them doing a cover like this unless they were told to.
This is probably their big song every night.
I think so too. Sometimes the cover is all people want to hear.
They probably had 3 songs, and this was the showstopper at the end because it's the only one people kind of bobbed their heads to while they were talking to the person they were sitting next to.
John O'Reilly goes, Springsteen covered Suicide by Alan Vega back then. I didn't realize that, John. I'm going to check that out. I'm assuming it's not hardcore band Biohazard. They did collaborations with Onyx.
Look at the effects.
Yeah, look at that. That was huge at the time. That kind of slime green.
I think it's just a shitty camera.
No, I think you're right. That was intentional. That's effects. Is he playing, Bon? Can you tell what he's playing there?
I think I heard something.
I'm not seeing what he's in sync with here. Usually
he's the rhythm guitarist.
Yeah, he's
pretty sure.
He's like
so he's just strumming the chords.
Yeah, he can do whatever he wants as a rhythm guitarist, basically.
That I see.
That's how Bono gets away with it.
Oh, wait a sec. No. So Depp's the lead guitarist.
How many guitarists we have here, Bon? 4? We need them all?
Oh, no, that guy is the bass player furthest away. The singer's
There's a
playing
lead
guitar
and a rhythm.
Yeah, that's
and
it,
a drummer.
I think. Yeah.
Is the rhythm necessary?
Yeah.
Hey, explain to Dorian Morgan brings up a word. Even I know this, and I don't know how I know this. Noodling or noddling or something?
This is noodling.
Is it
No,
noodling?
It means noodling.
Okay.
Noodling, yeah, means he's soloing. Like he's riffing a solo lead guitar part, yeah.
And it's okay. It's not an improv. It just means you're just playing a solo, noodling.
Can you have a band of if you have 2 guitarists, can they both just be so amateurish that they're both just basically rhythm guitarists?
Yeah, and I'll give you some bands.
Well, anyway.
Yeah. There's. I'll just think about that for a sec.
Okay.
Texas, or that they're all dorks except the quasi mullets, except for Depp. I tell you, Texas.
Yeah, you got you look as this camera pans over all of them. You see the one that's got the what they call the it factor on the stage.
Yeah, do you think it was any coincidence that they had him where they had him saved for that spotlight moment?
Yeah.
Knowing this in 1982.
Mm-hmm.
I got one. When Pat Smear rejoined Nirvana.
That's exactly that was my second one, because he was that's all he did.
Yeah. So you had Kurt playing rhythm, and you had Kurt generally played rhythm. He'd play a few lead parts.
Yeah.
Like the solo to Smells Like Teen Spirit, but Pat would take over that. But generally, if you watch Pat, they played the MTV Live and Loud, which is classic Nirvana with Pat in 94, 93. Yeah, if you watch them both, they're both just playing generally the power chords.
Yeah.
Dorian Morgan, who seems to be very knowledgeable. Random notes here, guys. They're not really playing in a scale that makes any sense to me. How do you gauge that, Bon?
Well, they're playing to note changes, key changes.
Random note. I mean, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I know nothing about guitaring, but so I don't even know what scale really means. But I just view a rhythm guitarist as you're kind of all over the place, and you're much more, I don't know. I don't know how to even
improvisational.
Yeah, you're kind of so low in the mix. I'm not even saying it right, that you can kind of get away with more.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. David
it's a way to hide things, but anyway, okay.
Noodling is improvisational melodies or lead lines over the chords. David, can you play guitar too? David's a multifaceted, talented musician. I bet he can play guitar
skills
as well.
Translate to guitar. The
I
notes
bet it
that
does.
make up a chord in his playing, he doesn't play a chord per se because he's much less strings, but he could solo the way a lead guitarist solos.
Here's my dream band. You on guitar lead, David on keyboard, Sarah singing, and Scott the engineer on drums.
I would love it. I'd love to see Sarah singing live. What kind of lead girl would you be, Sarah? Do you have the mic on an upright mic stand and you lean on it like Lane Staley from Alice in Chains, or would you free flow with the spinning the mic around in the air, doing lasso sort of things with it, jumping up and down? Tell us.
I would be 1995 Courtney Love at Lollapalooza, just laying on the stage
I
on my
was at a
back the entire
Lollapalooza with her.
time.
She got abused by the crowd was horrible to her because they thought she killed Kurt Cobain. They were horrible to her.
Yeah,
I
of
almost felt
course.
sorry for her. They're throwing shit
I'm
at her and stuff. It was terrible.
you mentioned that. That's so weird. I am now in a rabbit hole with that. I found a channel that has investigated like his every hour in the 5 days leading up to his suicide, and it's shocking. What I didn't even know this stuff. Anyway, okay.
Besides, how about besides Courtney Love? Would you have another female Muse lead singer?
I gotta
Or
say,
male. It can be either. You know.
You like Chrissy Hine from the Pretenders?
No, I would
Oh,
say
I love her.
probably. Of course, this is a shower voice that I have. So, God forbid, if I ever recorded it, I would vomit. But I in
Courtney
my
has a shower
brain.
voice. And
Oh,
she
of
was a
course,
big
she's
hit.
horrible. She's
Yeah.
not great.
She's
But
terrible.
yeah, I would probably when I'm singing in the car on the way home from work or in the shower, in my brain, I sound like Pat Benatar.
Wow.
From
I
Long
know.
Island,
Cool.
from Lindenhurst, Long
And I
Island,
know
home
it's
of.
not the case in real life. So just go with it.
She's
But
from the same town as
Pat's
Bobo.
cool, so it's a cool reference. That's a good choice. You can't. Joan Jett would be another good one. You know, this is
My
a classic.
dream, I want to sing Invincible laying on my back on the stage.
We were doing a
would you be-
Deppening once, Bon, and you know how you did the hot mic thing. So I come on, and I don't think she knew I was on. All I hear is, "We're running with the shadows
Okay,
of
that never
the
happened.
night."
You're such a
Take
liar.
my hand,
I
we'll
want
be
it.
all right.
I want a grab of it.
It
That's a
never
good one.
happened. So
I
he's
think I might
Oh.
have recorded it. I might have recorded
he's
it.
fantasizing about something. I don't know what.
I'll give you an Easter egg that's really good. If everyone wants to go and to Radio Gunk and watch the chat enhanced edition I made, which
Oh,
is
you're so
for
good at that,
those
by the
who
way. You're
aren't
really,
familiar.
that's so phenomenal. You do that. That's
Yeah,
so
I edit
well
the
done.
chat into it. So you've got the original interview with Brent, which is with them on screen, and then I'll screen record the chat and do one. At the end of that, I left a little Easter egg, which was during the Brent interview. Brent disconnected for a couple of minutes, and Monique was waiting for him, and I edited this out of the real one, the original one. But she starts singing, "Oh, Brent, where are you, my Brent?" So if everyone goes to the chat enhanced edition, and I had a theory that Monique doesn't even watch these ones when I remake them. And I
No
thought,
way.
I'll put this in because this will test her if she watches them, because I know she would message me and say, "Could have done without the ending with me singing." And she never messaged me. So it's there, and it is classic.
She has something else in common with Stuttering John then, because he will do that when he's waiting for one of his guests to show up. He'll just sing their name. Where are you, LB? It's like, okay, stop. Drunk
And
and
he's
Every
live doing
show has
that.
the
Yeah.
same. Every show has the same rap. They go, "You should hear what we say off the air. It's better than the actual show." So someday someone's just going to do a show where they just release what's off the air instead of the actual show, because that
Well,
seems to be where all the good stuff seems to happen.
unless they actually play the recording of that off the air stuff, they're lying to you.
Ida Greenbacks goes, "I feel like I'm in the Wayback Machine. I used to be glued to MTV." I say that all the time. MTV was the go-to channel when nothing was on TV. Because there were so many, even if you had cable, there were so many dead spots, and that filled in. Like if you stayed home from school and you were sick, when nothing was on, that dead zone where it's nothing but soap operas. That's where MTV went. Thank you, Josh Foster.
Yes,
The
Josh. A
Bagel
new
Gang.
name. Is that a new
Oh, we've
name?
seen Josh. Oh, I know Josh.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Josh is on the gunk thread a lot. Does Josh know that I make my own bagels now?
Apparently, because you share it with everyone.
I
So.
know. I don't say. I don't brag about it that often. I just felt like I wanted to prove that you could do it at home, and I'm very because there's just it's hard to find good bagels, and there's YouTube videos for it, and I followed it to the T. And about the fifth time I did it, I thought I perfected it.
You use the seasoning I sent you?
Yes.
Good.
You sent it. Oh,
The everything bagel.
adorable.
Where did you get that, by the way?
A store that we have in Oregon called Roth's.
Okay.
Grocery store.
Okay. I agree, Ida. David is super talented. If you check out his Instagram, it's undeniably just effortlessly talented as a composer, as a musician, as a writer. Fire and Ice is my favorite Pat Benatar song, says Texaho. You know that one, Sarah?
Vague, not well. So I'm going to say no.
David says, I suspect rhythm guitar creates the chord foundation and leads to the more vocal line, the noodling line. Ann Wilson has the best female. That's a good one, G Canada.
If you ever want to, okay, let me go back. The Alice in Chains, their best album in my opinion is Sap, which is an EP. Ann Wilson, after Lane Staley died, Ann Wilson sang live with Jerry Cantrell, a cover off of Sap. It is on YouTube. Please go find it. It is the greatest thing you're ever going to hear. I cry when I hear it.
Big call, though. I mean, Dirt as an album is seminal for Alice in Chains.
I forgot that from Seattle, Heart. You think the broads from Heart get dismissed as like pop novelties, even though they're super talented?
They probably did, but not anymore. There's a lot of respect for them. But you're right, John. It has come over the last few decades.
Seems like
they
it,
probably
right?
were just considered like a pop crap, but talented. They're talented.
Remember that song they did? It was like 1990. It goes, "Don't leave me like this. Don't leave me stranded. If you walk away now, leave me empty-handed. There's something out there I can't resist."
That's so far from their best song.
And you know, you have the guilty pleasure, the pop song you like. That song "Stranded" is my guilty pleasure. I actually like that song. I hate.
I want you to sing "Crazy on You."
Everybody sings that.
No, they don't. You don't know the words, so just bow out now.
I know the chorus. It sounds cliche. I don't know.
Okay.
John O'Reilly wants you to sing Bonnie Tyler's "A Heartbreak."
That might be another one that no, it's Total Eclipse of the Heart that I can sing the F out of, but I'm never going to do it out of the car or the shower.
That's the funniest scene in Old School when that guy Dan Finnerty from the Dan Band is playing at the wedding and he decides to curse during it. And Wolf, which is the thing is that he just throws like random curses into pop music where it doesn't belong, and somehow the juxtaposition of that is the funniest thing.
It's the only good scene in that movie, so I agree with you.
Need you most the
intimacy of being God's favorite.
Thank you, Cindy Clausen, once again. Thank you for hanging out with us. Okay, I'm gonna wrap this up.
You talked over that drop.
I'm gonna give do it again, Bon, if I talked over it.
No, I triggered it too early. I interrupted. Oh, no.
I wish you would more interrupt him.
And you dissolved into the intimacy of being God's favorite.
Oh, God.
Bit of Emily Stern.
Emily!
That changed my life just now.
I'm Team Emily in the battle.
I think I got hard.
I love her.
You are to build an ark.
I love that she's shared with us women that it's okay to free bleed. Thank you, Emily.
I love the fact that she has copyright strikes issued. You put her music up.
What if God told you that you were special?
Your nanny told you were special, you cunt.
That's the premise of Zuzazu. She never told us she was. Howard never told us she was gifted. Crazy Robin. That was it was a commercial hit for. Yes, it was Crazy Robin. It absolutely was. It had a ton of. I bet you they're more wealthy than we know.
That's a good song, Cindy. All fired up. That's pretty good. I agree with you. Okay, let's
we'll
get back to the
this.
Depp-stein.
We're gonna ask Bon Jovial what he wants to play next. That's the move every lead singer does when they walk away from the mic. And they try to give the spotlight to them. That's everyone. That's Bruce Witkin. That's Depp's former friend. You can see his Jewish profile here on the left.
See, as you were saying at the start of the show, John, that's the reason why they got passed up for Guns N' Roses. Right? That face.
Could you imagine that?
I mean,
if you drop Hook Nose Bruce, we'll take you.
If it had been Johnny singing, would have been they would have got the deal for sure. Oh,
everybody saw that's Depp's former friend.
He looks like he's been building a brick wall before he turned up there, you know?
Chiseling the bricks with his nose.
Yeah.
he is.
Oh, that was kind of hot.
Oh, John, sorry. Jesus. There are 3 guitarists. You're
There's
right.
3. Yeah, I
Sorry.
was telling you.
There's
I thought you
3 and
saw
a
that.
bass
I thought you
player.
saw
What
that.
the fuck?
It's unnecessary. Like, what is the bass doing
That's
in that song?
unnecessary. Oh, well, the bass is doing a lot there. If you just heard that, he went boo doo 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 doo
Okay.
doo doo.
It's weird acoustics.
But you've got 3 guitarists, so yeah, that's overkill. That's too much. Like,
Bon, you tell me what you have a preference next? I'm not putting you on the spot. I just want to. Do you have a song that you're passionate about analyzing? Rock City Angels or the Kids?
oh, Rock City Angels.
Okay,
Because
what's the song?
that's the professional thing
Okay.
he did. That's the good thing.
So this is the second band.
Okay, what happens, Sarah, is I'm gonna see if I get the timeline right. Sometimes just give me 1 second to process this. Okay, so he does the Kids. He quits the Kids to do Nightmare on Elm Street and then Private Resort. He's sort of dangling, and I abandoned music. This is crazy. I got it. He sees an audition for this band, the Rock City Angels. He goes in, auditions for them. They bring him on. He does Platoon and quits that band.
Okay. I don't think I know this music from this band.
And then gets cast on Jump Street right after that.
Okay.
So at the time, this is when heavy metal's going crazy. So this band is more heavy metal than it. Wouldn't you say, Bon? It's not hard. It's pretty much heavy metal.
I'd call it hard rock, which is Guns N' Roses are called.
Bridge
call
bands.
It metal, heavy metal. If you go in metal, you're Metallica, Megadeth.
Like Slayer.
They're not screaming, but it's punky hard rock. This is the band that he would have, if he'd stayed in, probably would have got successful in.
And as the story goes, when he left the band, they broke up. They kind of just like lost their. And what happened was David Geffen chose to he moved them to Memphis, thinking there's some music scene was going to open up in Memphis, and David Geffen ended up getting them out of the way so they could sign Guns N' Roses.
Smart,
which is crazy. It's a crazy story, actually.
Why would they go to Memphis when it's LA? Guns.
There's a music scene in Memphis, Bon. It's not. It's more jazz oriented, but they'd convinced them that there was a burgeoning music scene in Memphis, so they moved them to Memphis to record an album, and it just bombed.
Really weird location when it was LA then for this.
To get them out of the way.
Rocky. Yeah.
When Depp got Jumpstreet, he walked out on them officially, and he had to. How are you going to say no to that? And they moved them to Memphis, and they broke up because it didn't work.
That must have been absolutely devastating for those guys when Depp, left, and then to see Depp just become super.
But he's a guitarist. He's very replaceable as a, it's a zillion guitarists. But I guess he just knew they vibed with him. They probably liked him a lot, and he's charismatic, and he had a Eddie Van Halen thing going, perhaps. All right. So, would you have a preference song wise?
I can't even remember.
Do you remember
when I listened to it like a month ago? It was the whole.
You want to play Depp's "Mary" that he wrote?
Yeah.
Okay, where is it? Here it is. Rock City Angels, "Mary," co-written by John Christopher Depp. Before we listen to this, Bond, so when I listen to it, we all have, it's very subjective. And when I listen to the Rock City Angels, I almost got a hair band ballad metal thing out of them. I don't know if you're saying it's more bridge rock in the vein of Guns N' Roses.
No, you're on the right track. I'd say it's hair metal, hair glam, hard rock.
So they kind of dip into that once in a while. They probably
because it doesn't reach metal. If it reaches metal, it's going to be screaming and Metallica sort of guitars. This is stuck in that hard rock thing, which is blues guitar, like Guns N' Roses. It's bluesy riffs, just amped up louder.
Saw your picture on the cover today. Another shot of tears rolling my way. Was I so blind?
Now, keep in mind, Depp co-wrote the lyrics to this, so what he's channeling, I'll have to analyze it at some point. Maybe I could figure it out here.
I just couldn't see the way your love just burned into me. Oh, Mary, we don't want it to spend and only love to begin. Oh, Mary, I'll sell my soul just once just to have a more glance. Oh, yeah. No one could see, no one could know. We all look at didn't it show? We all get tired of life, yeah, that's true. But the needles know the fence when the tears won't do.
Their lead singer sounds a lot like John Bon Jovi.
To me, that's
Yes.
if Andy Wood got Vince Neil pregnant in 1987.
David goes, you need 3 guitars like you need 3 testicles.
We don't want it to spend and only love to begin. Oh, Mary, yeah, yeah, I'll sell my soul just once just to have one more. Once I had love, once I had love, once I had love. Mary, where's my love? Mary, where's my
Do you remember the Bullet Boys?
No.
I don't. I
You know,
don't.
this is a very short-lived metal band that hit a little bit in the late 90s, 80s, and kind of reminds me of that. I hear that old Bon Jovi Runaway, and you know,
Oh,
when
how
they were
dare
a
you.
little harder. What's that, Sarah?
Runaway's a great song. If
It
I
is a
never
good
heard
song.
this if I never heard this again, I'm okay. It's okay.
It's
but
very average, right? It's very. I mean, it's dipping into ballad metal right here, wouldn't you say?
Oh yeah, it is. It's not cool.
Do you know LA Guns?
I've heard of them, but I never listened to them. They
Sarah?
inspired
I know of
Gunners,
them,
I'm pretty
same.
sure.
It was right in that Guns
Mhm.
N' Roses, just the same kind of thing. They're
Mhm.
all incestuous. They all played in each other's bands. Very similar to how the grunge scene was, Sarah, in Seattle. These guys were all playing with each other in that Sunset Strip heavy metal scene
Mhm.
in the 80s. LA Guns kind of made it, but nothing's as good as Guns N' Roses. I mean, nothing's as big as Guns N' Roses.
And Guns N' Roses blew them away. Took all the
Put-
attention.
This is for Texas Home. Put on your blue suede shoes and boarded the plane. Touchdown in the land of Delta Blues. In the middle of a pouring rain. When I was walking in Memphis. Walking with 2 feet on the grill. Walking in Memphis. Do you really feel the way I feel? That song's about Elvis, Sarah.
Yes, I think you just killed a very great song.
So
No,
the ghost of Stamos.
He loves it.
It's very very simpleton song. Very, very just. There's
Yeah,
nothing cerebral. It's very.
it's hollow to me.
Yeah.
It's the third track on the album, so it gives you context. Like the first two tracks probably rocked, and they're bringing it down a little further. So it's not going to open the album or anything because it is a sort of a downer.
What do you think the context of this funeral of this God, what can I think? The graveyard. The graveyard.
Oh, okay.
Is it in LA? Is it in Florida? I think it's in LA.
You
it has to
know
be
better than me.
It has to
give
be.
us your view.
I have no idea where this is. I just my head goes to what if that's like my dad's grave and they're doing a photo shoot in front of my dad's grave and I just get depressed.
Yeah, someone's got to recognize those names. Why the one I was looking at the one of these is a very young death. I remember seeing. Like, it was look at that. Vice Hall.
Are you right on the mic?
Vice Hall, 1957 to 1976. Could that be someone they know?
I doubt
19
it.
years old.
They probably thought they were cool going to some graveyard and
totally.
took some pictures.
Totally. That's exactly what they're going for. I think it's LA. And Texo is right. The music does not match the look here. This sounds like Anthony Cumia and Joe Cumia's band, right? So playing playing in Huntington.
I gotta tell you, Dara is a better song. Dara's better.
I heard that.
Oh.
I gotta cue that up.
See, you don't have to die.
Yeah, Johnny, you can do better than that. You're Hunter S. Thompson's protege. I don't know if he's trying to dumb himself down. It's a very, very simpleton song, but fits that era of that cheesy metal where they just spit cliches out over and over again.
It's
Twas
bad.
the time.
It didn't reach its peak either, this song. It didn't like get to a big rock out, like emotion. It just all went and ended.
Do you think that stuff, Bon, is like the songwriting process where they go, oh, we just wrote the music and we just threw in lyrics that fit the music? I hate that. I hate that because then the shit like that comes out.
Thank God.
Yeah. Yep.
The rain pouring down from the Seattle music scene to wash that crap away.
You beat me to it, Sarah. That was the best part about grunge. If he died in Memphis, that'd be cool. You like the Replacements, Bon?
Haven't listened to much, but they're very
phenomenal.
Respected.
You see, that's the songwriting we need. That's what Tone Kotz. That's Paul Westerberg would never write that line. We'd never approve that song. Depp is 5'10", Tone Kotz, and I think it's a chick next to him.
Yeah, it's a girl.
It's like a Benatar chick next to him.
A braless girl with bad tattoos.
Bon, you want the next song? What do you want to hear?
Go to the first track, Deep Inside My Heart, because this should be kicking. It should be rocking. You always start an album with a big rock song.
Deep Inside My Heart. I see South of the Boy. Is the title in the video? Deep Inside My Heart. Let me see.
Oh, I'll find it for you if you want.
If you can find it, that'd be great. I don't see it I see Cry Into the Night, South Florida, 1985. What were they doing? They must have gone back. If you could find it, that'd be great.
They had a bar tour in 85.
Well, he was in LA, so they must have gone back to Florida with that band briefly. And this is, oh shit, didn't he film Private Resort right around that time? Oh, it's got to
Probably.
cross over. It's
Which
got
we
to.
have to watch soon on Patreon.
Yes.
By the way, I
Yoga.
want to say, while Bon is looking for that, because we haven't talked about Patreon. Just if you guys don't know, it's $2. It's patreon.com/wino forever. Half of our episodes are over there. So we're currently getting underway with a big 21 Jump Street rewatch. And I am so proud of those episodes. If
I am
you're
too.
to watch 21 Jump Street with anybody, it is with my co-host. He is the greatest reference point for not only Johnny Depp, but that show 21 Jump Street that you're ever going to have any kind of interaction with in your life.
Back at you, Toots. Yeah, I don't want to brag, but no one knows more than I about this show.
The Patreon shows, and you told me this, I'll share it. So too bad. Are kind of like your dream. Like for you to watch 21 Jump Street in this way. And
that
it
was
is
the
so much
plan for
fun.
this originally. The original plan was this. Was to
Yeah.
do Jump Street from the, and then we were going to go into the films, but that was, and then the Amber Heard, the Fairfax trial just screwed everything up.
Yeah.
It was impossible to avoid it.
He posted the link in the private chat tab.
I did?
No, Bond did.
Oh, okay.
So go to private chat, and you might be able to copy and put that into YouTube.
Just click on it, and it should.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can you hear anything?
I don't hear anything.
I'm gonna try the. Let me just. Okay, what I can do is I'll have to go to the tab. Here it is.
Just share it. Yeah.
Inside my heart, take one.
Oh God, my grandpa. Bring down just a little bit. Sorry. Oh God.
By the way, Bond, great find on this. This is VH1 Classic. So they must have shown this. This is 1988. Depp is gone. He leaves the band. He's on Jump Street in season 2 now.
By the way, maximize the screen like you did for the trial on YouTube. Okay, there you go.
Great. So this is done on VH1 Classic. I assume when VH1 Classic first got started. By the way, G Canada says he saw LA Guns open for Guns N' Roses in Canada. I bet you they were pissed at that. I bet you they thought it was going to be reverse, that they were going to be opening for them.
Yeah.
And it was,
At one time it was, at one time that was the plan.
That's exactly right. Oh, Bond, is this not like fucking biker music, like ZZ Top, you know, Hell's Angels music, fighting music, brawling music, Chuck Zito music?
Did you lose the maximum screen? Oh, okay, sorry. Oh.
Oh, wow.
Oh God.
You're waiting for your sugar, baby. You're waiting to beat the heat.
Remember that?
D. Snyder moonlighting.
Or I was gonna say, can you take me high enough to fly me over? Bad. What is it? What's the name of that band, Sarah? Ted Nugent.
Damn
and the
Yankees.
Damn Yankees, right? The lead singer of Damn Yankees.
This guy's on par with D. Snyder, I think, in the talent.
Now they really think this is gonna last forever.
But Depp is not in the band at this point.
No, he's in Jump Street. He left the band a year before this. They continued on and thinking they were going to be Guns N' Roses and LA Guns, and Geffen decided to put all his efforts behind Guns N' Roses. Depp is in season 2 of Jump Street. He just.
Sorry.
Go ahead. No, you go.
When you lose such visual stimulation as Johnny Depp in your band, and you're having to rely on this goblin as your front man, I can see why it didn't work out.
You know, and I think this band thought this is going to go on forever. Like this movement, heavy metal will never die. This is going to go. And like you said, when grunge came along, it just destroyed these guys.
Thank God. Thank you,
And these
Jesus.
One of the guys
these
committed
guys,
suicide in the band.
Thank you, Wendy O'Connor, for birthing Kurt Cobain. God bless you.
I didn't know that's his mom's name. Wendy O'Connor.
Yeah.
I heard you call her Ock. Is that true?
Wendy's my pal. Leave her be.
Walk. You call her as a nickname.
The big
Jo-
walk.
Josh Foster's LA Guns are so good. They're still putting out great albums. I believe you, Josh. I'm not saying they're bad. It's just that David Geffen preferred the and people thought the names were too similar. In fact, one of the bands Depp tried to start in this time, another, with these names again, Six Gun Method.
what
So
does
it's
that
just
mean?
like that. I don't know, but it's just like all these names with the guns in the
With 6
LA
X's.
Six Gun Method.
Now, I keep in mind, I like Motley Crue. I like some Poison songs. I mean, for like my 10th birthday, my mother bought me the Open Up and Say Ah with the censored cover.
Oh, David Lee Roth.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
Poison. But can you imagine my mother, first of all? From everything I've
oh,
told you about my
David Lee
mother.
Roth was Eat 'Em and Smile. I'm sorry.
But can you imagine my mother having to go into a record store and buying this album cover with this 6-foot-long tongue coming out of this guy's mouth? Anyway, but yeah, she bought it for me. But yeah, I like Motley Crue and a little bit of Poison, but I can't with this.
But it's so cookie cutter, like bar band, like biker music, just like Hell's Angel fighting
Yeah.
badass, and they don't see themselves and they don't see where this is going. But in these years, they thought this is never going to end. This movement, this is what they want,
Mhm.
and I don't know, left to their own devices. Yeah, thank you, David.
And Ida.
And Ida Greenbacks. David, it's great having you on too. For someone who's just so before this time, I mean, these episodes are literally made when you were born, and to hear your perspective on it is equally as good as anything we're doing.
And I've said it before, some of these Jumpstreet episodes are a slog to get through, but you are the greatest person in the world to get through those episodes with,
Thanks.
because you know every trivia question and answer about every episode and every actor. You know
Let's
the
not forget.
side characters. It's amazing.
Let's not forget Bon Jovial sitting in. His perspective is great
course.
because he was young. He's your age. I'm a little older than you. I think I'm 5 years older than both of you. And the way it aired in Australia and his story with his sister and everything, and it's so much fun to play the Kevin Bacon game or the bit part actors you see and what they had gone on to, because it is guest stars galore. So when you sort of open up that portal and history with Depp and everything, I've seen them so many times, and because we have the original copies, we have the music too, so we can go off on the music and everything.
Yeah.
It's way better than the shitty DVD version that you had.
Speaking of, and we'll get back to this second, I apologize, but tomorrow's episode we're going to record of the next episode of Jumpstreet. I have found the villain from that episode in one of my favorite movies as a co-star. So I got to send that to you.
Okay,
So we can
show
play
Holly
that.
Robinson on the Walk of Fame.
Oh, you need that
the
TV
Hollywood
guide,
Walk of
right?
Fame. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, everybody. Okay. Sorry.
That's okay.
Oh, God.
Can't you guys see Chuck Zito knocking out Jean-Claude Van Damme and scores to this song?
At one time, people like my cousin found this attractive in men. I don't, with a halter top.
A lot of people did.
No, I don't get it.
I feel like
Give
these
me
guys
Eddie
are on.
Vedder. Jesus Christ.
Give me Jam and Jim Florentine, for Christ's sake. I feel like these guys are on line in front of me at an action park.
They probably recorded. They probably recorded an MTV cameo there, like Alice in Chains did.
That's exactly what they did. Yeah, G Can is like saying that they combine. It's ZZ Skinnerd is what they're going for. It's really good.
Yes, please go. Oh,
Oh, the swinging light.
I know. The welding glasses, which Depp has worn in Tom Petty's Into the Great Wide Open, I might add. I've seen Depp wearing these. You remember the Jump Street? By the way, Ida Greenbacks, if you're listening, if you're still there, she says, I know nothing about. Do you remember 21 Jump Street Day in Chicago in 1988? We played a video where the cast and crew of Jump Street in the summer of 1988 came to Chicago, and it was this huge riot scene at a place called, what was it? Daily Square, Daily
I think so.
Plaza, Daily Plaza, right? Daily Square. So I
Mhm.
don't know if you remember this, Ida. If you have any kind of recollect, we would love to know if you. And Depp was wearing these very glasses. He has the welding glasses on.
Don't
This
get
guy
rid of
had-
this comment from Tone Cod. If this band was in the movie Roadhouse, a fight would start and you would hear smash bottles.
Immediately.
That's perfect.
Perfect. Perfect.
And I picture Dalton standing in the corner with his arms crossed, just like not with expressionless face, and God, that's
How
perfect.
could they have not submitted it to the Roadhouse for the soundtrack?
Oh God, this band, I think they submitted everything to everybody.
I do too. How would they turn it down? And biker music in the late 80s is like a late in the culture. Am I wrong? It's like King Norris doing King Norris's biker music too, David. Steppenwolf on Fuse TV. That's exactly what that is.
Tearing
My
down
World
the
War
walls.
II. Tearing down the wall. It's the worst singer. The music played as you feel 16 feet in the end of a water slide at Action Park. That's so funny. He's so right. That's exactly right of what I'm trying to portray, John O'Reilly. This is Action Park on. You're like, you have like an hour and a half wait to use a water slide with your feet hitting this black pavement because they didn't have water socks back then. Oh, and this is what you hear. Daily Plaza. Thank you, Ida Greenbacks. So there was 21 Jump Street Day in this Daily Plaza. I don't have it queued up. I'll show you tomorrow on the Deppening on the Jump Street Patreon. Because we did play it once. It's a very quick clip from an MTV special they did. I don't have the whole thing. Someone out there has the whole thing. The cast of 21 Jump Street came to Chicago for 21 Jump Street Day in 1988. Where's Daly in Chicago? No. Oh, Dorian knows Daly Plaza. No, I have no recollection, but I did see Hunter S. Thompson. He was 2 hours late and drunk. You see, Ida, guys. That's why Depp loves being tardy. That's why he loves being late. JD time. Because Thompson's late. He loves that. Only he can get away with it. Only Thompson can get away with that. And that's the shower shoes thing we were talking about before. The more eccentric you are, the more you can pull shit like that and have no accountability.
Even
Do you think this is why Depp bailed? He saw this coming and he's like, I can't have this be my legacy. Listen to this. Depp, you were part of this. You agreed to play guitar for this band, whether you like it or not. You played this music at some point. You can't absolve yourself from it entirely. And there's just no effort put into this video at all, too. It's just like, just fucking kick ass and break shit in a hotel and don't worry about it. Young Man's Blues. That's part of that album. Geffen Records. See it, guys? That's Geffen. That eventually all those efforts went into Guns N' Roses. There's your proof. Geffen Records did it.
I just sent you in the private chat the link to the first song off the album because that's the second song off the album, so they did rock it up. Just hoping the first song's a little bit better than that because that sucked.
Where did you put it?
It's in the private chat, like the last one.
Okay.
That
and I got to
song
take
was
this the
just
second one.
It was just that riff. That's all the song had. And I mean, Chris Isaac really ripped that song off almost. With Baby Did a Bad Thing.
Yes. Good point.
5 years, 5, 6, 7 years later. So that the Rock City Angels could take him to court.
I bet you they had a bunch of
similarity.
plagiarism things going on. I guarantee you they did. When it doesn't work, when it all goes wrong, just start suing people and see what comes up. Just throw it against the wall.
These riffs you're hearing are like from when we talk about the kind of Jackie Martling jokes that are like the classic American old school jokes that you'd hear. These riffs are just all these terrible blues riffs.
Oh.
When you go back, I smell your lipstick.
I quit.
Cause you know now, we're out alone. And with the red dress, I'm getting stoned. Yeah, cause y'all hard to hold. Yeah, y'all so hard.
Can I beg for mercy?
It's terrible.
Tell me when to stop, Bon, if you want.
Yeah, maybe just stop it. It's so bad. But
Okay, I got because I don't want to
it's
forget
hard
to
for
do
us.
this. No,
It's
we knew
difficult.
the risk. We knew the risk. We knew
But
what
it's
the
hard
year this
to-
is. We know what the
it's-
genre is. I
You
don't
have to
expect
get
you to
your
like it.
perspective. No, but you have to get perspective
the
on
year
it.
it is.
That back then it was what everyone was doing, so it was probably sounded to them. Everyone who liked that kind of music was probably, this is really good. But now we've got this whole, oh my god, how stereotypical could it be? But back then, very different. At least they're not wearing makeup and stuff. They didn't get into the Poison sort of quiet riot.
They knew
era
just
where it
enough to
became
not do that.
really
There was an era after most bands took the makeup off, like in the late 80s. They'd taken the makeup off and they were dressing like almost bikerish gothic. A lot of bands, that's how they were taken seriously. And then that quickly disappeared.
Yep.
And then the good
Good
music
point.
started.
You see, okay, you're coming up, guys. So this is where it gets sad, and I know. Save your jokes. I know. I know because you're gonna see like, no wonder he killed himself. So the lead singer who you just saw committed suicide 10 years ago.
Wow, way
When
to bring the
think
room
they were-
down.
I think it's very pertinent here.
Oh,
This is
no.
when that genre dies, and like he never really made it, you know. And so this is how this goes. Bobby Durango, lead singer of the Rock City Angels, who recorded for Deffen Records in the late 80s, has passed away. Details of the death are not disclosed. You know what that means. It always means suicide. Rock City Angels got their start in South Florida before moving to Los Angeles in the mid-'80s after signing with New Renaissance Records. The band rarely had a steady lineup for long periods of time, and once had actor Johnny Depp before he got his big break as an actor in the TV show 21 Jump Street. While they were working on their debut album, David Geffen bought their contract, scrapped the record, sent them to Memphis to start over. The result is 1988's Young Man's Blues, which featured the single Deep Inside My Heart, which we just heard. So this is the quote from the band. I mean, it's weird because, the band they still have to kind of release statements, even though they're not, it's just like a long time ago. The Rock City Angels are no stranger to rumors. There is no shortage of outlandish tales attributed to the band that, while entertaining and bizarre, are just, I love, patently untrue. We wish we could tell you all the most recent stories circling around us was just another fabrication, just another rock and roll tale, but we can't. Yesterday, we received the shocking news that our founder, our singer, our beloved brother, Bobby Durango, has passed away. Whether you knew Bobby in the flesh or only knew him online or just listened to his music, all of our lives are emptier today without him. And as for those rumors we talked about earlier, even we don't know all the details yet. So please, out of respect for his family, it would be greatly appreciated if we could all just refrain from posting any personal theories about the circumstances. Instead of this, just celebrate the man's life, please. He certainly left us an amazing soundtrack. Signed, the Rock City Angels, all members past and present.
Gosh.
As referenced in the band statement, blah blah blah. Rock City Angels actually regrouped years later, and in 2000 put out an original record with several others following over the past decade. Most recently, the band were working on a new album called Devils in the Countryside, which they described as a slice of psychedelic spaghetti western-esque rock. God damn it. They just try anything. The band had hoped to have it out by the end of the year. I mean, this is what happens when your genre just gets swallowed up, right? They just hit that weird sour spot of just like not hitting when the genre was hot, and then getting trounced by Guns N' Roses, and then, as Sarah said, the grunge movement comes along, right? And then you just how could what you just heard, how could that ever make a comeback in any way, shape, or form post 1992?
Just not gonna happen.
Like, what do you do? And that this is what they thought their life was going to be.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if they were touring. These guys obviously went on to do other things, but you don't know. They want to know. They want you to think of them as that. That's pretty sad. I mean, you could imagine.
I
You got
found,
something?
yeah, so when he passed away, he said they were working on the new album, right? Is that right?
Yes.
So this is in the private chat. This is the track. This is a track from that album that came out in 2018. So let's see how they progressed. It's in your private chat, John.
This is 4 years ago?
This is a song from, yeah, exactly. The same year that I was cleaning up from alcohol, just by the way.
I heard this was your inspiration to get there. I'm positive of that.
I heard this and said, I have to change my life. This is so bad. I'm liking this. That might have been the case. I was so drunk that I was loving it. And I heard it the next day when I was sober. I said, I got to go to rehab.
Here it is. Southern Vision. This is the title, Southern Vision, from the Rock City Angels.
And under no record label, self-released. Okay, just pause it. I just read that picture there. So this is lost recording. So this is like a compilation album. So it's not new music per se. It's probably B-sides from back then. So it's not really applicable. I should have read that.
On the right side, it says Southern Vision, Lost Recordings from 1989 to 1992, Volume 2. It was still very much on, this genre is very much on the way out. 92, it's dead.
I thought they were doing a new album, Holden. They did an album before that in 2008. Let me bring a track up of that album. So...
Now, okay, that's the chorus. Good enough. Now you know what the Southern Visions, right? I mean, where are they now? They're in Memphis, right? So they're trying to adapt to their surroundings, and they're writing songs about Memphis. It has to be the Southern Vision, and they're like, they don't really belong here.
It's probably a B-side, and they were, you're right, they were not happy.
This is the Southern Vision. This is what David Geffen, the Southern Vision for them. David, so poetic, so poignant. I think every flash in the pan subgenre of music has people who just can't accept that they had their moment in the sun, even if it was a brush with Geffen, and they just can't accept it was never meant to be. It's exactly right, David. I mean, that's 3/4 of show business. They just can't accept my dream. You just, we're not here, whether it's Shuli being a comedian or the Rock City Angels. We're not on this planet to make your dreams come true. Sometimes you need a new dream. You got the wrong dream. Or as I said, Ned Wood, Sarah, what was it? Why spend your life living somebody else's dream?
Mm-hmm.
That's right. It's touching, really.
It is. That's a great line. It was Vincent D'Onofrio that said that to Depp. Why spend your life living somebody else's dream, Ed? If Depp came out 10 years later, Tone Cod 89, he would be trying to make it as a musician in a new metal band, ska or pop. Yeah. Yes, he definitely would be going for that pop, ska, thing. You're exactly right.
All right, John, I've got another one. This
okay.
is from the 2008. It's in the private chat. This is from the album in 2008. So let's see how this one goes.
This is 14 years ago. Bobby Durango kills himself 4 years after this.
Mm.
You're not hearing this, right?
No.
Not here.
Okay, I didn't share correctly. It's called Once and Destroy.
The
Rock
album's
City
called,
and Once and Destroy.
Use Once and Destroy.
They turned the comments off. Good thing, guys. I wouldn't want you getting the people would probably just get destroyed.
It must be that bad.
I don't blame them.
Into hospitals, which are so expensive.
That's a whole song, by the way.
Cheaper to die. Into law.
What is?
Use Once and Destroy. Okay.
Did they cover it?
No. Oh God, no. Well, she probably took Kurt Cobain's writings and said they were hers, but no, it's not a cover.
Who charge sons and roving mobs. Land will be used.
Well, that preamble was some weird. They're trying to do like some eccentric intro for it.
Yeah.
Food will become a diminishing return.
See this? I don't know if it's a movie quote or something they're playing, perhaps.
Yeah, it's
I don't know.
Some philosopher or something. Some
they're
line.
trying to be artistic for the first time.
No.
Nuclear power will be taken over by the.
Quite a bit like smiling for your much.
Okay, I'm good.
Does it build and pick up on?
I don't know that he's heard this.
Is he with us still?
He might have muted. I don't know.
Did he do a Bobby Durango on us?
I don't know.
Sorry. I got one more in the private chat because that one sucked.
Okay, well, I don't.
From this album.
I think that might be a theme here.
Did you hear it all, or did you
No,
just
I
assume
haven't heard any of this. I'm just trying to find something that kind of rocks. This is called Coffee and Cigarettes. So there you go. They're going.
Oh, that's God, he has a song in for the P called "I Save My Cigarette Butts." He's got to have something to do with that title. I swear to God. Thank you, David. John, my favorite thing you ever said about Shuli was, "Hey, your dreams, we want them to die. You should never have had them in the first place."
No, he just steals somebody else's dreams and somehow gets hundreds of dollars per show.
Oh, you talk about who are these stealing the Stuttering John concept. I know. Leave it to a hack to do that. And then the stupid name, Uncle Rico, is stolen from what is it? The movie
Napoleon
with
Dynamite.
Napoleon Dynamite, right?
Yeah.
Even that's unoriginal. He's always gonna hack out. Hacks always find a new way to outdo themselves in hackery. Vincent D'Onofrio is one of the best actors. I totally agree, G Canada. Totally underrated guy. He is phenomenal. And he plays Kingpin and Daredevil. Like, I'm awestruck at how well he plays Wilson Fisk, Kingpin, and Daredevil on Netflix. And they're bringing it back. I couldn't agree more, G Canada. Yes, Godfather of Harlem as well. Tone God sounds like Bowie's Space Oddity. Yes, Tone God. That must be what they're. Real life, Send Me an Angel. Now that's an angel banger, says JMD. Welcome, sir. JMD. Thousands. Sarah, I think you're muted.
Oh, you're correct. Is JMD new?
Yes.
JMD, I don't know if it's a male. Welcome, JMD. Thank you. Yes. I love
the
new
initials
names.
stand for Jack Christopher Depp.
Oh, okay.
John Christopher Depp II with an M. Did you send me it, Bon, or you want me to play the kids?
There's private
on the
chat
way
stuff
out?
waiting for you.
Just play like a minute of it and we'll just see if they even rock nowadays. When we talk about over 20 years after Depp left.
What? This is 08, you said? Coffee and cigarettes. This is
Yes,
called.
correct. Yep.
So we're gonna play out with the kids.
Yeah, we'll play it with the kids, and then we'll
Okay, good.
we'll play the ending.
I was downing the kids earlier, and I'm missing the kids now.
Yeah, I know.
It's gone
You do.
downhill.
That was the intention, is to make you miss the kids. And the kids predate Rock City Angels too, which is interesting.
Yeah.
What am I doing here? I got to take it out once and destroy. No. I put in coffee and cigarettes. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Sorry.
You got it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's.
I'll keep going.
Sarah, music executives, A&R people, they really do that, what you just did. These fucking
I
guys.
know.
These fucking guys, like these Zoss raping guys who fail up, they hear, Simon Cowell does this, right? You hear 3 notes of a song and they go, that's it. Nope, good enough. Thanks.
But they
thanks.
zone out.
They zone out. If it doesn't grab you in
there's
10
stories.
seconds.
Let me tell you some stories about this. There's classic stories where bands were told by the record label, get to the chorus in 30 seconds.
Yep.
Every song.
Is it that they have a horrible attention span, or they just don't have
Yes.
time to listen to everything?
No,
both?
they sign them and say, love your songs, change them all so we get to the chorus, because that's what people want to hear, the chorus.
Yep.
So a song
You got to learn how to
like,
be efficient.
yeah, so a song like Smells Like Teen Spirit is going to annoy a record exec, but you realize they don't know what they're fucking talking about.
You don't think
when their song
Teen
could be
Spirit
that famous.
grabs you right away, Bon? In the
Yes,
first,
that's what I'm
yeah,
saying.
I think it does
the
too.
record
Yeah.
label, if they heard that, if you went by that 30-second rule, you haven't got to the chorus in that song by then. So it's just bullshit. But that's stories of whatever the label had decided this band was going to be. It could be like a Green Day band where they do get to the chorus often in 30 seconds. But it fucks up. You're not talking about music as art. Then you're talking about fucking analytics.
Fast
You've
food,
done a
yeah.
calculation. It's soulless.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. And I think 30 seconds is even generous. I don't think these guys have the attention span past 15 seconds sometimes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tone Cott. Coffee and Cigarettes is actually a Jim Jarmusch movie.
Yes, it
And
is.
as we all know, Depp is in Dead Man, and he's best friends. Well, he's best friends with everybody. Jim Jarmusch is one of his tattoo buddies with Jonathan Shaw in the East Village.
And Tom Waits is in that movie, Coffee
Yes.
and Cigarettes. So you got connections all through it.
Is it black and white, Bon?
Yes, always.
Okay,
yeah.
everything Jarmusch does
It's
is
not a
black and
good
white.
movie. It's just a load of bullshit.
Did you ever see Ghost Dog, The Way of the Samurai?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
Saw it in
that's
the
good. That's
cinema.
underrated.
Yep.
That's really good.
I can't even remember it. I just remember, but I saw it. I was probably stoned out of my mind. But
I think it's
great
the thing that
director. He's-
Jarmusch did after Dead Man. I want to say it's like 98. Forrest
That
Whitaker,
sounds
who
right.
Depp is in City of Lies with, and Platoon, is a star of that. He plays a
Yeah.
black samurai. It's a good. I think.
God, that's...
I think. Don't apologize. This is what we're doing. We want to hear the band. We want to compare it and what the genre for the time. We know the risk getting into this. I did not expect to be my world rocked by listening. I knew exactly what we're getting into. But can you imagine though their lack of self-awareness to think this is going to work?
Yeah,
This is the
It
best
worked.
we can do.
It worked for somebody. They had a fan base, not a huge fan base, but people enjoyed it. So good for them. It's not my
No, they're all
my
going through
cup
midlife
of
crisis
peach
probably in
tea.
2008.
Huge midlife crisis. Huge.
So they're doing, let's get the band back together and do it on the weekends and record it in their fucking lounge room. Good on
Bobby
them.
Durango moved his band to Memphis to reunite in 2008. Midlife crisis.
You know how G Canada's out when you
cranking
sing?
by 11. Midlife crisis. Do you know what we're talking about with that, Sarah? The contest?
I try to
Multimedia
ignore
Lister?
all of that.
It's
Yeah,
a really
I try to ignore
underrated.
all.
Okay, it was a guy doing like a
Explain
Batman
it to her
villain voice.
now. She has to appreciate it. the
No,
way
I
it is.
remember. I remember that whole contest.
John and
It
I
was-
appreciated it.
I
the
loved
most.
it. I love it. The guy was doing a he was doing a Batman villain voice, and he was basically taking everything that Howard's Achilles heels, and he threw him into a rant like that. That his
Yeah,
entire life is one big midlife crisis.
it was fine, and I know the gunk audience loves when you do that, but when you hit that last note for me, my ear canals burn.
No, it's very polar. I can see why anybody would hate it, but Bon Jovi loves it. He loves it. It's usually for him. It's usually
Then I'll suffer.
for his eyes only and Sheena Easton's. So we're gonna leave you guys with this. This is the kids. You have any preference? Should we do the charity one? Should we do the earliest days of the kids in 1981? Wanna do
Whatever
that?
you want. You need to cleanse my palate after this
Okay.
Rock City Angels thing.
Now, this is their original. This is what I like about you. It sounds just like it.
Of
So
course
the
it
guy
does.
has a VHS tape, and he didn't know how to upload it onto YouTube, so he basically recorded it on his phone from his TV. This is one of their ex bandmates or someone they toured with. I forget the guy's name. I wish I could pull it out.
You can.
I've listened to this song, by the way. I actually like this song. I think it's got a cool beat to it. I think it's got a good energy. I think it's got a nice hook. Okay, you recognize the Eugene here? That's Bruce Whitkin. So they changed
Okay.
lead singers.
Yeah.
He's singing this. That's the
I hope he bought a new shirt with the money he stole from Depp.
supposedly, Sarah. What's the number we got? $7 million.
Yeah, I was gonna say 6 million, but
Yeah,
yeah. 6 million seems to be the magic number for his friends and family to steal from him.
He ran the musical arm of Infinitum Nihil called Unison Records, and he basically zapened it into the ground.
Yeah.
And he apparently skimmed from the till, and as the story goes, stole $7 million from Depp.
My favorite part about his testimony, and again, he was the one that looked like Sonic the Hedgehog. He testified for Amber Heard. Best part was they never really got to the money he stole, but he just wants Depp to be happy and healthy in the long run, and he hopes they can be friends again.
It's one of those video witnesses that you need to watch and really pay attention, because there's a lot in there, and it's kind of sad, in a way of just the friendship just gets destroyed over money. Sal Janko, exact same thing. And by the way, his sister-in-law, Lori Ann Allison, is Depp's first wife. That's how that works.
Yeah, maybe I'll put
That's the makeup artist.
I'll put his testimony up. I'll do some editing on his testimony, like I did with the other ones, and put that
Raise the
on the channel
volume a
this
little bit.
weekend. Yeah.
I like this song. I'm digging this. By the way, this is South Florida. This is like Fort Lauderdale, South Florida, 1981. So I think they show there's like 3 people depressingly dancing to this. For all we know, they could have been opening for REM during this.
Did we mention that Whitkin was Depp's brother-in-law?
No, yeah. Well, what happens is his sister-in-law is Depp's first wife, Lori Ann Allison. And by the way, Depp's sister, Christy, was a bartender at this place. I didn't know that until the trial.
The Great Value Pat Benatar.
Yeah. Look at the dancing. Oh, it's not a bad crowd. Depp.
Spotlight action.
Ladies and gentlemen, an 18, 17-year-old Johnny Depp here. He's either 17 or
Crazy.
18 during this. Look at how young he looks.
He looks so young. Oh, yeah, right.
Tone Cock goes, looks like teen night at the local club. No alcohol served. Apparently, the drinking age is 18 back then. That's what Bond was talking about before. So it was all systems go. I think in 85, the laws changed. Depp is very, he won't give eye contact to the crowd. He doesn't have great showmanship on stage, and he's so, now he's so, everyone loves him, whatever he does is great. But even with Jeff Beck Bond, you watched a ton of those, he doesn't, he's got that weird kind of stage. He looks uncomfortable, and he doesn't like to fool around on stage in the way that he probably should when you're charging that kind of money. I really think he's got to
in
do
his
something.
Own world, I think.
Yeah, he's very stiff on stage, and he has no showmanship. And even here, he's staring down at the ground. There's no eye contact with the crowd. And as an audience member, you don't like that. You want the band to be kind of locked on you. You want them to be interactive with the crowd. I know I do.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Even the guitarist and. Tone Cop brings up a great question here, Bon. Sarah and I have talked about this. Depp's guitar placement is so weird. What is he doing? It's horizontal.
I didn't notice anything weird about it.
He's how he kind of looks down he's got the rigor mortis arms, and he's not kind of like he's holding it almost at his knees when he's playing. Let's see if if they show him again. Here he is.
Yeah. It is very horizontal. You'd usually angle it up a little more. Yeah.
Is that advised? Would you advise playing it like that? It's kind of a weird. He's right.
It just means that it's further away from your eyes, so you have to tilt your head the way he is down. If you angle it up a little more, you can look down like a lot.
Is he going for a cool factor with that look, though? Is there some kind
of probably just comfortable that way?
Yeah.
Like it didn't stand out to me until it was pointed out, but now it's pointed out, I can see it is very down like that. That's what Bruce Springsteen does.
That's his go-to move. Who is an underrated guitarist? I said this. We talked about this before he went on. That he called himself underrated. It was so weird. And that I called him an underrated guitarist, Bruce Springsteen, an underrated guitarist to Monique. And then he said it in the interview like a week later. It was so weird.
He's not a good guitarist, in my opinion. He's a rhythm guitarist. He's just strumming it like Nirvana, like Depp. He's just strumming the chords. He's not soloing like Depp is right now. But he has the guitar down like that, horizontal. He doesn't have to look down at it, though, Bruce, because he's playing such simple stuff.
Yep.
That's why he angles it, and he does look very cool. Bruce looks very cool when he's playing the rocking songs, the way he has the guitar. But,
He has a song.
Yeah, I don't mind where I could play guitar like that.
You could.
More horizontal.
It looks uncomfortable. It looks like you can't, like, you're not controlling it enough, or he's got, you know, the elbows are locked. Good.
He's only like one of the first things I ever talked to you about, besides Jumpstreet, was Depp's stiff arm when he's playing guitar.
Yeah. Yeah.
He, for some reason, thinks he has to keep his arm straight. I don't know what you would call the arm that strums. Again, I know nothing about guitar, but it's always, it hangs even lower now. I'm shocked it's this high in this video.
And I should say this, and I keep bringing it. Did Depp having long hair now? This is the default look. All through the 80s, his hair is short. He did not have long hair once until Benny and June and Gilbert Grape. So this long hair thing is not him. This is what this hair you see here, left to his own devices, it is short. And I think it looks 1,000, no homo, it looks 1,000 times better short. Always has, always will. It doesn't. Long hair does not work for him, especially now pushing 60. Stop. That the guitar, the again, the world is too many guitars. This guy had a Miramar football T-shirt on.
He's looking very fit there.
Yeah.
His arms were huge.
He's 18 or 17 or 18. This is 81, so he's either 17 going on 18. He has just been kicked out of his house and living with his sister, Christy.
He's looking
who's bartending.
damn tough guy. And Dorian Morgan, yeah, I would love to play a bass with an aluminium neck. That bass player singing was playing, yeah.
Oh, that's a real thing, aluminum neck Kramer bass.
Yeah. Very cool. I'd love to play one. I'm left-handed though. It's very hard to find that shit. I'd have to get it custom made.
Anyway, you're going to see Depp play guitar here at Bond in our closing. And this is for G Canada and all our Canuck friends. Depp plays the Canadian national anthem in the movie, speaking of nepotism, Yoga Hosers, which Lily Rose stars in with Kevin Smith's daughter, Harley Quinn Smith.
Oh, no.
And they play the Canadian national anthem together. And I want to thank everybody. What's that?
Tell us, is this movie good?
No, it's a Kevin Smith movie. It's kind of a dopey comedy. There's some funny moments. Some of the dialogue there's a lot of like redundant, some sort of cliche Canada jokes during the movie. They kind of goof on Canada the whole time. I'm sure G Canada will have strong opinions. Yeah, G Canada, you got to when we do the Patreon watch along for this, you gotta get in on that. You gotta get. And it's called Yoga Hosers. It is a sequel from Tusk, which Kevin Smith also wrote. And Kevin Smith, let me show you here. I have this in. This is how this went down. This is where nepotism is. It's just everything.
While you bring that up, we also need to get someone on to talk about how they felt about South Park's "Blame Canada" song. I'd love to hear a Canadian discuss how they felt back then when that came out.
Character. Fuck budget.
It was very controversial, I guess.
So this is Kevin Smith.
Musical song about Canada. Anyway, sorry. Continue.
No. So the Yoga Hoses is basically goofing on Canada, and Depp plays a character. He's completely unrecognizable during this. He plays a guy, an investigator named Guy Lapointe, which I think is a Canadian defenseman or something.
Fuck, common sense. Just go with it. What would be the dream?
Greatest broadcaster ever.
Yeah, this is Opie Radio. This is post Anthony.
Oh no,
crush this. And I know him because our kids dream. And I was like, Johnny Depp would crush this. And I know him because our kids go to school together. I've known him 10 years. Wonderful guy. But we don't have a relationship where I'm like, hey, we should do a movie.
I got to get one more Opieism in. Don't talk bad about Opie because he's been doing this since he was 18. Thank you. That's all I got to say.
It's like Shuli saying he paid his dues.
Yeah. Well, people know what I'm talking about. Sorry.
Yeah,
you may not.
Movie together. I understand he's there and I'm down here, but I was like, fuck it, shoot him a text, ask him, And I hit him with a text. I was like, "Hey, this is Kevin Smith, Harley's dad," because that's how they know me in that world and stuff.
Yes.
And I was like, "I never thought I'd say this, but I have a movie I think you'd be perfect for, you know." And he hit me back, and he was like, "What?" And so I sent him to this blog that I had written about how I want to turn the podcast into a movie. I said, "It'd be easier to read this. If this is interesting, hit me back." And so I sent him the link, and then he didn't write back for like 15 minutes. I thought he clicked on it. He was like, "Walrus movie, fuck this." But then fucking I saw the bubbles come up, boop, boop, boop. And I'm like, oh my Lord, he's writing back. And he wrote back something that was crazy, dude. Like, I still, to this day, remember it. Comes up and it says, "Fascinating. This sounds like the sort of thing that I would care to swim around in. Consider me intrigued."
Wow.
I was like, this guy's like Lord Byron in text
Right.
form, man. Like,
That's
no
pretty-
emojis, no hieroglyphics.
Right.
Man's writing words, making sentences and stuff. So he was kind of
It's a
into
hell
it.
of a
So I
text.
said,
It
"Oh
is a
my
hell of a
God."
text.
It was like the text had scarves. That's how cool
I
it
got to
was.
up my text game.
You know what I'm saying? Like he is. He
Motherfucker.
has excellent text game.
He's a poet laureate as far as sex are concerned.
On text.
In
Wow.
text form.
That's
So
annoying.
I says to my man,
Gotta get rid of
you know,
my
I was like,
smiley
"I'm gonna send you a
faces.
script, dude. Read the script." Sent him the script. He liked the flick, and he was like, "I would love to do this." And I was like, and I remember I was like riding with Ashley. Ashley's my assistant. She drives the car, rolls my joints. And it's the first day that
That's
I
a
was
good
driving.
assistant.
with-
That's a good
That's
assistant.
a good job.
Let me know when you let her go.
There's a long line behind her. First day with her, she's in the car. I get this text back from him going, "I read the script. I love this. Like, thanks for considering me. I really want to do this." And my heart stopped. I was like, I'm driving with this girl I barely know. It's her first day on the job. All I know is she's a 25-year-old lesbian. Adorable as hell, bright and sunny and stuff. But, like, that's all I know about
That's
Ashley.
all I need to
Just
know.
met her. So I'm going like, Ashley, I read this text. My heart stops. And I raise my hand. I'm like, "Ashley, hold my hand." And she goes, you know I'm gay, right? And I was like, "Yeah, totally. This has nothing to do with that. Hold my hand." And she takes my hand. I was like, "If I read this text correctly, I think Johnny Depp is going to be in Tusk." And she goes, "That stupid fucking walrus movie?" And I was like, "Yes, yes." So he wound up being. I talked to him and I was like, "Hey man, this is amazing. Thank you for doing it." He goes, "When are you shooting?" I said, "In about 2-3 weeks." He goes, "Oh, I can't do it. I'm going to be in England." And I was like, "Oh." I said, "Well, wait. What if I could break out the 2 days and shoot that on the West Coast? Like when you're free, we'll shoot the whole movie without you, and then when you're free, we shoot the other 2 days." He goes, "You'd be willing to do that for me?"
Yes, you motherfucking Johnny Depp, you asshole.
That's what I said. I was like, "Dude, I know which way the favor goes." You're like, "Yeah, I'd do that for you." So he's like, "If you could do that, dude, I'll totally be in the movie." So I was like, "Fuck, let's do it."
Right.
And we did it. And a couple months later, he called up and he was like, "I'm ready to shoot this thing." And I was like,
That's-
"Great, we'll organize the days." We organized the days in Los Angeles. And this is the cool part, man. So I show up day one working with this guy, best actor on the planet. If there's a Mount Rushmore, his fucking face is on it. Mount Rushmore of acting, there's Johnny Depp. Show up on set, PA goes, "Mr. Depp wants to see you." And I'm like, "Johnny's dad is here?" And they're like, "No, Johnny." And I was, "Oh, fuck." So I go over to his trailer, knock on the door. I'm nervous because last time I worked with a massive movie star, whenever I was summoned to the trailer, it was never pleasant. So I go over and I knock.
That's Bruce Willis, right? He took a shot at Bruce Willis there.
Probably.
He's got that
yeah.
famous. Yeah, he's feuding with it. He's a professional victim too. And by the way, another guy in North Jersey with a southern accent like Springsteen and Bon Jovi.
On the door and he goes, "Come in." And I go inside the trailer and he's in the trailer at the makeup chair at the mirror. And he turns around. If you haven't seen the movie Tusk, he has a prosthetic nose, got fake nose. So he has the fake nose on, but it's not painted yet. It's just sitting there. And I'm like, "Holy crap, dude, you're wearing a fake nose?" And he was like, "What do you think?" I was like, "I think you could have literally phoned this in today. We could have shot a phone and you could have called and that would have been good enough. And you're committing to a fake nose." I was like, "I'm flattered." He goes, "No, what do you think? Doesn't it look like a dick?" He was going like this back and forth, and I was like, "Yeah, it kind of does look like a dick."
There
I
he is.
look at
Oh,
him.
there we go.
He
There
goes,
he
"Would you
is.
mind?" And I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Well, me and Joel," that's his makeup artist. He goes, "Me and Joel were talking about painting a blue vein down the side." And I was like, "No." And he goes, "Wait for it. Right at the tip, we want to put a little cut." And I was like, "Are you saying you want to wear a dick on your face in my movie?" I said, "Dude, if you ever wanted to wear a dick on your face in a movie, Tusk is the fucking movie to do it and do it." And so if you look at the first
I
scene,
see it.
it's
now.
right there. He starts with a monologue down the barrel of the
Yeah.
camera, and then when he turns his face, you see this fucking huge cock on his face. That dude comes to play, man.
That's funny.
He's the best. Like
Wow.
he's all the fun of make pretend as
Yeah.
adults on a movie set.
Wow, that's quite a strong compliment. There, he
Yes,
really can
indeed.
wield that's how Kevin Smith gets films made. You know, he works that language. That's how he got so in with Weinstein. And nobody tells him no. And no matter what he throws against the wall, they make these movies. because he's a salesman. But I believe those compliments were genuine.
Yeah, for sure.
What's he gonna say? No to your daughter, Kevin? They're besties. So I want to thank everybody in the chat for hanging with us tonight. This very eclectic, strange Wild Children 100th episode. Tomorrow we're doing season 1, episode 6, 21 Jump Street commentary, fair use, watch along, worst night of your life. I love you all in the chat. And this is Johnny Depp and Lily Rose, the Deppo-baby, in yoga hosers, and our ending here. It's a very extended ending. Stay with it. And you will see in this Jack Depp, Depp's son, this is about 7 years ago, giving the middle finger to start it off.
Moo! 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 I'm a loser! Eh?
Sit down. Stay where you are. For the first time, I choose to walk out on you.
Or 21 Jump.